Bonsoir, mon petit enfant. La France, elle est morte. Vive la France. Well, it's all looking like it's gone Pete Tong, and the last week has seen an awful lot of activity among the French politicians as they've tried to thwart Le Pen's far right National Rally Party from gaining any kind of foothold in French politics come round two of the election. So the French election is a strange and curious beast because they have an original election. If no one wins an outright majority of over 50% of the vote, then it goes on to round two. Now, to qualify for round two, you've got to have more than 12.5% of the vote. And normally, round two's fought between two parties, but this time it hasn't been. This time it's been fought between three parties. It's been fought between Le Pen's National Rally, which got 33% of the vote. The far right, which NFP I think they're called, which got 27% of the vote, and Mr. Macron's party, which describes itself as centrist, and they got 21% of the vote. So as you can see, these three have gone forward into the round two, and along with some others that have gone into it as well. And what's happened is that although Le Pen's party was forecast to take quite a few parts of the vote, the little French politicians have been very sneaky indeed. So what's happened is that Macron's centrist party has come to a deal with the far left indeed, to drop standing candidates, to withdraw them, where the far left were going to win anyway. So what that's effectively done is give the far left a much bigger vote, because if you were going to vote for Macron's centrist, you probably weren't going to vote for Le Pen. So by dropping it and still having the Le Pen's, the far left there, they've really boosted the far left vote. So this vote hasn't been split. So Macron has effectively conceded defeat because it was mainly centrist politicians that did drop out. So he's effectively conceded defeat. Now, it's not as clear cut as you might think, because this might yet still, even now, backfire on him. So exit polls are saying that, and let's have a look at what the exit polls are giving us. So remember, this isn't set in stone, but France is pretty hot on this kind of stuff, and it won't change an awful lot. This is probably pretty much how it's going to be. So the Nouveau Front Populaire, 172 to 192 votes. That's not enough for a full majority. You need 289 to have a full majority in the French Parliament. So they will have to team up with another party. And what normally happens is the biggest party is asked by the president to form a government. And obviously, Macron's centrist party there is scheduled to have between 150 and 170 votes. And then RN, which is Marine Le Pen's party, is down at 132 to 152 votes. A far cry from the 230 odd that they got in the first round. So you can see that they have been well and truly stuffed. So what does this mean? Well, this means that there's going to be a coalition between the far left and the centre. And you can't even call them centre left, because well, Macron's prime minister has offered is going to offer his resignation tomorrow morning to Mr. Le Pen. So Mr. Le Pen is sorry to Mr. Macron. So Gabriel Attal is offering his resignation. He's done. He's had his last speech. He's out. So he's going. And everybody accepts that, the Nouveau Front Populaire have won. But they haven't won an outright election. Now, the thing was, there is a chance that Le Pen's party wouldn't have got. I think what's his name, Bardola or something, is the young chap in charge of the National Party. Now it's unlikely that they have got 289 seats anyway. And he's always said that he's not going to form a government if he didn't have an outright majority. So if he didn't have 289 seats, he was going to reject Macron's offer to form a government, which would have left Macron in the situation where he would have had to have asked the other parties basically to all club together and form a government while RN sat in the background and just vetoed everything because they probably have just as many votes as everybody else, or nearly as many votes as everybody else. So, if they were never going to form a government without having an absolute majority, then all this has done is make sure that they aren't in power, because the big fear from the RN party, or national reform, national, what do they call it, national rally. The big fear from them was that they would take control, but they wouldn't really have, if they didn't have an outright majority, they wouldn't have the ability to make the changes to France that the population would see within the next 3 years, when there's going to be another election, because this is a snap election. There didn't need to be an election called until 2027, but there will be another election in 2027. So if they had gone into power now, in 3 years' time, there's been another election and they've done badly, then the chances are that they would not be elected. So Le Pen and what's his name, Bardola or something, Bardella, that's it. So Le Pen and Bardella, they're probably not too upset by this in real terms. So, but I think who's really losing out here are the French, because they now got a far left party in charge. And when I say far left, I mean far left. These guys are just shy of one of the parties here is the Communist Party, and they're scheduled to have like 10 seats. The Communist Party, yeah. And they'll be part of the government now. Yeah. Okay. So France has gone extreme. It's gone from far right, allegedly, to far left. And of course, all the people that were out burning down Paris the other night are now having a party in the middle of it. These are the same people. These are the people that were all up in arms and burning down. Oh, good evening, Shalini. A new phone. Excellent. Burning down, shops, businesses, setting fire to cars, fighting with the police. And now they're just having a party in the middle of the square. Because the far left have won. Because if the far left wins, everything's all right. So it's quite interesting. And of course, the media, and I mean, Adam tells me the media, the BBC, are just about having an orgasm, pardon me, over the rejection of the far right. And Hamza Useless, he's been on Twitter going, it's great that the French have rejected the far right. Appeasement never works. Appeasement never works, Hamza. That coming from you. That's just about the most ridiculous thing you've ever said. You've done nothing but be an appeaser. Good grief. It's incredible. These people are absolutely incredible. They have no sense of irony. Absolutely none. So that's where we are with the French election. It's very much looking like France is done. It's going to be far left for the next 3 years. What's wrong with this? Why is this stopped? We were watching France 24. There we are. So we're watching France 24. Some of the... Why is this happening? What is going on? Can you people still see me? Can you still see me? Yeah. It appears that France 24 might not be doing very well with their broadcast. No, it's not doing well at all, is it? That's a bit strange. Anyway, so there we are. Yeah, good for Mayor Toosey. You know, he's got the resources that we don't have. But he hasn't lived in France, so you know all this far left nonsense. It really only applies to Paris because I mean I've lived in 3 or 4 different regions in France, and everybody's very very nationalistic. They're not interested in immigration. They don't want immigrants. They don't want. They're not left leaning by any stretch of the imagination. They're very nationalistic and they're very leave us alone and let us get on with things. And that's why the French, when they run a business, they usually have 2 books. You know, they have the cash book and then they have the book for the government. So they have 2 sets of books. And one of them's never seen by the government because this is my cut, and this is for the government to view, and they will get a cut of this, which will be substantially less than if we combined both our books together. So yeah, France is basically everybody in France is committing fraud by avoiding, well, not avoiding, by evading paying tax. I say that loosely, but it's probably true. So I don't know what's up with giggles here. We seem to. I don't know what's going on with the France 24 because I was going to play a little bit of it because they had a fantastic argument on this. I really nearly went live at 8:10 because there was a far left guy and a National Rally guy, and I thought they were actually going to come to fisticuffs. It looked like they were just about to start fighting. It would have been a joy. And the thing was what do you call them, the host, they weren't very good, so it took ages for them to jump in and try and defuse the situation. It would have been quite funny. It would have. So that's kind of where we are with the French. Now, what else has happened today? Oh, we had the British Grand Prix. What a race. I know you're not interested in Formula One, but oh my God, what a race. Absolutely brilliant. There's nothing like a bit of rain for giving you a bit of excitement in the Formula One. And I couldn't believe it. Hamilton won. And before you all go, you know, he came from behind. He did everything right. And at the end, he was sitting in the car and he had to shut his visor because he was sitting green. He was just crying his eyes out, basically. And he sat in the car for about 2 minutes before he got out. And in fact, I think he was still crying when he got to the podium because this is his last British Grand Prix at Mercedes, because obviously next year he goes to Ferrari. And it was all very emotional. But yeah, he won. He beat Verstappen fair and square. He beat George fair and square before George had a problem. And he beat Lando fair and square. So he did really well. Yeah. I've got to give him credit where credit's due. He made all the difference in the tricky conditions. He drove like an absolute world champion, and he did a good job. Hey, these things happen. It's funny that how when somebody stops winning all the time, you actually start to maybe think, oh, they've actually done a good job today. Whereas like Verstappen, I just want to see him beat all the time now. I just want to see him beat, you know. So, the chat and the France 24 thing is saying things like Skynet went online and became self-aware. So it looks like it might be France 24 that's having issues. Maybe things are going awry. Oh, England won. Yeah, England won. Was that last night? Yeah, they were playing yesterday, weren't they? Yeah, there were penalties or something. Um, yeah, yeah. I've heard they're not a great team and they're not particularly good. But you know, you got a guy that just plays with spreadsheets all the time. What are you going to get? Yes, in the semis, well, there's always a chance to screw it up. Hopefully they will. Yeah, hopefully they will. We'll see what happens. I just can't it can't be done with England winning the thing because you'll never hear the end of it from commentators, you know. And I don't watch football, but they bring it into absolutely everything, you know. You just don't want to hear it, and it's like they're still going about 1966. It's like, let it go. It's like the SNP. The SNP are having a scream just now. They're having a rally in Elgin next week. You know, a march for independence. Now hold on a minute. Did Hamza not actually say, and I think he did, I think if you go back and listen to Hamza, he said that the general election would be a de facto referendum for Scotland. So if the SNP won in Scotland, then that was a clear, pardon me, that was a clear mandate for independence. Well, you know what? They didn't. They didn't not just not win. They got humped. I mean, they lost 38 seats. So I think that's a clear indication that independence is well and truly dead and buried, is it not? So I don't. These guys are like, oh, come on, you know, take the hint. Take the hint. See, Stuart Seaton's disappeared since my wife gave him a doing. But it is. It's like, take the hint. The country doesn't want independence, or it would have voted for the SNP, wouldn't it? Because the SNP is a single issue party. Everything, everything falls by the wayside when it comes to independence. And they're obviously a single issue party because they can't handle anything other than just thinking about independence. They must sit there in their little cloisters, you know, furiously having fun to the thoughts of independence. But they're no fun. They're no fun at all. So good turnout in the chat tonight, chaps. Good to see you all. Shalini, Joey C, Militant, Beats and Tapes. Oh, Dreadeye, RCW. Europe needs to close up. Well, yes, it does, RCW, but the problem is we're not having enough children. So, they've come back. The French are back. La France, vive la France. So anyway, the problem is we're not having enough children. So if we don't have enough children, what's going to happen? It won't matter if we close the borders or not, because eventually there'll be nobody there to man the borders. You know, we're going down the tubes because we don't have enough kids. And Elon Musk is right on this. You know, worldwide, the problem's never going to be overpopulation. It's going to be underpopulation because the population is going to start dropping in the next decade. You know, it might look like it's going to keep rising forever, but it's not. It's very quickly tailing off, and then it's going to start dropping. And when it starts dropping, it's going to drop like a stone. And it is going to come down quite dramatically. Now, this might be 50, 60 years in the future, so it won't affect me, but it will affect your children and your grandchildren. So, really, people are not having enough kids. And you know, if you don't believe me, go and look it up. Go and do some research. We're not having enough kids. And that's why these European demagogues, or whatever you call them, are so content to allow immigration. But even that's not going to cure anything. It's not going to cure anything. It's just going to make everything into a massive kind of welfare state, because you're not bringing in doctors, lawyers, and nurses and brain surgeons. You're not bringing these people in. You're bringing in people that are economic migrants that are and or criminals. That's the problem. So and Sir Keith has just said he's not going to deport anyone, hasn't he? So there's bang. There you go. So you've got what's come, and you'll get more. You know. It's just what you gonna do about it? What you gonna do? Yeah. Actually, yeah, but Selena, you're half of that certain demographic. Have you seen the population of India? It's mental. Did you see the Polish guy abusing the white woman in Poland? Although it was supposed to be in Poland. No, I know you're not a Muslim. I know, but the Indian subcontinent is overrun with people because they do have a fantastic breeding program. Mind you, a lot of it's built on really dubious circumstances. But we're not going to go into that on YouTube. But yeah, so there was a guy in. It looked like a B&Q type place. I think it was meant to be in Poland, right? But he was abusing a white woman who was meant to be Polish because she was with an Indian guy, and he was calling them all sorts of slurs and things. But why were they speaking in English? That's the part I don't understand. Why were they speaking in English? I think the whole thing was a setup. Really, what? I think it really must have been. That'll be them. They'll just be trying to go for clicks and views, wouldn't they? Anyway. Oh. Where will you be back in a while? You were going to say... You were just going to say that. What did I say? Looks like he won't be back in a while. I don't know. Oh, good God, I don't know who we're talking about. I'm no Joe Biden, but I'm getting there. Forgot the you know the things that hang down the side of boats to stop other boats bumping into them. I forgot what you call them today. You tell me. You've said in the chat. Yes, was just going to say that, John. Looks like he won't be back in a while. And I'm thinking, who's he? I can't remember. Oh my God, this is turning into like a Joe Biden episode, isn't it? Oh, have you got any ice cream? Right, let's have a quick listen to what this guy's saying. See what he see if there's any nonsense coming out. Oh no, Stuart, right, that's it. Yeah, it looks like he took the hump. But you know what? I can't quite understand why anyone who's a staunch SNP and wants independence for Scotland would follow this channel. Really. I mean, Ben doesn't care, which is fine, and I am totally against it. Right, let's see what these guys are saying.
Nick, thank you from Berlin to London. Hello to Benedict Pavio. Benedict, you've been busy the last 2 days bringing in and saying hello and talking to Keir Starmer, the new centre-left Prime Minister there, who was London calling himself yesterday. All the leaders,
hold on a minute.
Including
Let me interrupt you there.
I'm guessing Keir Starmer didn't bank on this either, given the polls.
Yeah, let me interrupt you there. What makes you think that Keir Starmer is centre-left, my good man? Because as Ben would point out, Keir Starmer was a Trotskyist communist.
Finalised yet. I think they will wait for that. Today, for Mr Starmer, the new Labour Prime Minister, it was very much about concentrating on the four nations. Of course, he will be...
Oh, I'll be back in a second.
By the way, the laughter that you're hearing is from a lovely, charming group of people who've got nothing to do with the fact that we're here at a pub. That's very sweet of you. Thank you very much indeed. So sorry. Hope we haven't spoilt your evening.
Benedict, you've made
so
it. You
I think they'll be very cautious.
You've made their
sorry, I was... Oh, Gavin.
Well, also you have the backdrop of the evening.
All right, we've just gone viral. I know, I can just feel it. Absolutely. Thank you for that. That's you again. So yes, I think they will be very cautious, and they will say whether it's the election of whether it's Mr. Biden, if indeed he is very much still the candidate in November against Mr. Trump. They will be very careful about what they say about elections abroad, and that they will work with whoever the French people
Was she moaning about people in the pub making noise? For God's sake, come on. Right, new product, new product. This is a sticky toffee and caramel muffin that Andy came up with today. Her own recipe. And I've been out and handed it out amongst some of the mechanics and things that were here working away. And they have indeed given it the seal of approval. I will show you it and see what you think, how it looks. What do you think? Oh, it won't be in focus at that range. What do you think? I didn't like it. Anyway, what do you think of that? I tasted the cake earlier, just a little bit of it, and it is very, very nice. Very nice indeed. Right. I think we've pretty much covered everything this evening. Let's see what these French wallies are saying. Well, they're English.
Nodding earlier when our correspondent in Berlin was saying that maybe now French politicians need to learn a few lessons from Germany, where, of course, there is a culture of coalitions.
There's a culture in several countries of coalition. One of the most famous ones is Germany, if I could put it this way. That's maybe, yes, if we could change the French politics into something more efficient, more intelligent, calmer than it used to be, especially in the last weeks in the National Assembly, which was such a circus, disastrous image. I think we have something to learn from other countries. And one thing I just would like to stress, because we've heard your correspondents both in Berlin and London, yes, foreign affairs will be a major issue at stake. For the two previous cohabitations between Jacques Chirac and François Mitterrand and Jacques Chirac and Lionel Jospin, both President of the Republic and Prime Minister were aligned on the foreign affairs issues. Whereas now, if we have another type of cohabitation, it might not be the case. Let's not forget that France is the only EU country at the United Nations Security Council, a nuclear power belonging to NATO. So we're talking about a very important country. And if both powers don't walk at the same pace, it might give a very bad image in other countries.
I think this evening, or at least the impression I have, is that we've talked a lot about, of course, the unexpected results and sort of the political strategy going on to have got us to this point. But we haven't talked a huge amount about policy. And perhaps rather than asking ourselves why it is that the Republican front held and why certain French voters chose not to go for the far right, why did they opt for the other side? What was the far left or the left-wing alliance?
Because you took away the centrist vote.
That appealed to voters so much.
It didn't appeal.
On the policy,
you just took away the centrist vote.
It didn't matter.
It didn't matter.
It didn't matter. Whatever. I mean,
there was no substance. You're saying
there
to
was
this
no
election.
substance. It was an emergency election. I mean, everyone scrambled to figure out what will happen.
And to be fair, this is kind of what happened with our election as well, because nobody was really prepared for it in July, because they were all kind of taking it easy, thinking it was going to be November or something like that, weren't they? And then suddenly, boom! No, she's not French; she's English. So they this is France 24 English version, because you'd be struggling to keep up with the French one, I can assure you. Yeah. So the French the British election was much the same. People were scrabbling about looking for policies, making things up on the fly, like national service and all that nonsense. I mean, he knew he wasn't getting in, so he could say anything he liked, and he was just pulling things out of his hat to try and get some, populism or populist votes, and that really didn't work, did it? And of course, what the French have done here, you've seen the French, so these sneaky French politicians will work together. Now, the centrist party and the far left are completely at odds with each other when it comes to policies, right? But they've worked together to make sure that Le Pen didn't get in, right? And this is what Reform and the Tories could have done. They could have sat down round the table and gone, right, well, we're never going to win this Labour seat, but Reform might if we pull the Tory, or vice versa. We've got a really good chance of winning this, but Reform will split our vote. so we'll pull the reform. Now, if they'd sat down and done that, there's a good chance that the Tories and Reform could have made they could have been a hung parliament, but they could have made a coalition and still been in government. They really could have. Because you look at what they voted, they got enough votes. They got more votes than the Labour did. So if they'd sat down and did what the French did, they could probably have swung it that way. But no, because so pig-headed that we won't work. Reform are just far right and we can't work with them. Reform's the next Tory party, the way things are going. And this is what Le Pen's doing. She's targeting 2027 for the presidential election as well. And that's what Farage is now targeting. He'll be targeting 5 years' time. That'll be 2029, won't it? So he'll be targeting that. So it's just sometimes people are so pig-headed. That they could have made an accommodation, but they decided they wouldn't even attempt. Rishi said he was going to hang on until his successor had been appointed. Somebody put a thing up today on Twitter, and it does look a bit like The Ring or something like that, when he's standing at that lectern with his wife standing behind him. And somebody put up a thing that said he looks like he's being haunted by the person that he ran over. That's quite accurate. I quite like that. Oh, Mr. Jungle Griffin, haven't seen you for ages, sir. Haven't seen you for ages. Nice to see you dragging yourself out, slumming it with the scum here. Right, what's this fraud? This Frenchy guy. He's got a good accent.
Go ahead.
It has been pushed to its limits.
Nope.
I mean, this game of giving up elections in each voting area in order to benefit this vote or not. Elaine was saying it before.
She's talking about what I was
People
talking
who
about.
voted for Elizabeth Bourne tonight and who were on the streets protesting violently against her laws, especially against the retirement law. I mean, can you imagine? I think psychologically, what is it going to be for those people? I think this result is putting...
There were like over 50 candidates assaulted in France. 50 election candidates were assaulted, some of them hospitalised while they were out canvassing. So yeah, France is getting a bit rough, a bit roughy-tufty there. What's happening?
Goers have already left. The scene behind me is pretty empty. There are still some people across at the bar, I should add, but they're asking us to wrap up, and I don't think this is going to continue late into the night, because this has been a disappointing evening for them, no matter how they try and dress it up. We should add that Marine Le Pen came in very quickly to the room to great cheers of support from her party members, but to the press she had to answer questions about how disappointed she was, and she said that she wasn't disappointed because the RN had managed to increase its number of MPs in the French Parliament according to these exit polls, but she was very much trying to see the bright side of things there. Asked repeatedly whether she would be president in 2027, she didn't answer directly, but she insisted we will continue, and she called this alliance of the centre and the left, she called it completely incoherent and predicted it would collapse very quickly. So there was a certain amount
I
of
think there was a good chance of that.
in her...
I think there was a good chance of the alliance collapsing because, it's a marriage of convenience, and really there's not going to be any love lost between these two. It's like a desperate attempt for Macron to hang in there, isn't it? And of course there's a good point. That's the far left now, the major party. So what does this mean for NATO? What does it mean for NATO? If you've got a far left, what would it mean for NATO? If, say, for instance, the SNP won and got independence, I take it Scotland wouldn't be in NATO because we'd be doing away with all the... Well, we wouldn't have an army. or a navy, and we'd do away with all the nuclear weapons. So what would be the point, you know? The whole thing is ridiculous. It really is. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have even touched on that because it's just ridiculousness. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think there's an awful lot of low intellect people on the chat and YouTube for the French 24 channel, because they're not seeing the big picture here. They're not seeing what's happening behind the scenes, and they don't understand. I don't think they understand that, you know, National Rally were never going to form a government if they didn't get a full majority, because they don't want to be set up to fail. And that's what these guys are going to do. Now they've set themselves up to fail here. You've got the far left in control of an unholy abortion of a what would you call it, coalition. Yeah, this isn't going to go well at all. It's not going to go well at all. Macron's going to turn around tomorrow and ask the far left to form a government. I can see this all ending in tears. The next thing you know, it'll be the Soviet Socialist Republic of France. They'll maybe be taken up with someone else. Xi Jinping will be in there like Flynn, you know. Their best buddies will be Kim and Jong and Xi. Yeah, I think I think they've done it. Oh. Well, I think that's actually enough for this evening. I don't know what you guys think. It was just I wasn't going to do a thing today, but then I thought, yeah, well, I will. Oh my God, did she have some wild squint on going on there? She just looked a bit mad. She looked like a dog when you offer a fish, you know. Gimme, 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 gimme. Yeah, keep your eyes down, doll. Keep your eyes down. Oh. So, as I said, we're not going to hear a lot from America until about the middle of the week, because they go on a kind of mad holiday, don't they? And remember, people, this is anniversary of 7/7. So, just remember, if you want to look into that, Ed posted a link earlier on where him and I had gone into that in great detail, or, well, as much detail as we ever do. We've been talking about the rabbit hole this week, so there's a couple of things on the back burner for it. So we'll see how that goes. I think we'll have some juicy stuff there. The extreme left and right, well, yeah, they do, because actually the first ever meme that I made was like a circle that nearly touched, and up here I put far left and up here I put far right, and that's exactly, they think they're very far apart, but no, they've really just gone so far that they're almost meeting each other in the middle. That's exactly where they are. So if you've got to go out for work tomorrow, don't we all? Hello. Tonight, I'm going to talk to you about the infection in social media that seems to be running rampant at the moment. But before we go on to that, I want to talk to you about groundhogs. This might seem a bit random, but bear with me. I was, in fact, it's very random, to be fair. In fact, I was reading through some Twitter posts, and this guy said, other than a tutu, any advice on what to do with groundhogs, as my cats won't take them on, won't chase them off. And the replies are all fairly normal. Till I scrolled down about, a page, just reading through the replies sometimes, as you do. Sometimes you just do that sometimes, you catch a stream and you just read through it and think, why are people even replying to this? Because with all the statutory stuff, get a terrier, get a shotgun, whatever. And then this one reply really caught my eye, and I thought, I'm boggled. I just don't know how someone comes up with that and what they actually mean, because the reply is quite simply, try predator urine. And I'm like, okay. But it's said so matter-of-factly and so casually that I'm thinking, where does one go to get predator urine? It's not like you're going to walk up to a mountain lion and go, can I get a sample, please? You know? Like, that's not going to end well for you. So, and then I'm thinking, maybe in America you can go into shops and buy predator urine. Can you imagine going up to the counter and going, you get any predator urine? The guy behind the counter giving it I've got some rare Jimmy Savile here. I don't think that's the kind of predator that'll scare off a groundhog. Scare me off now. Especially if you're a quadriplegic stuck in a bed. Anyways, regardless of that, let's crack on with this. Well, what would you call it? It's a rumour, isn't it? I tell you what, let's have a quick look at the troll room, see who's in. Shalene, Beats and Tapes. Who else we got? Dread Eye and Julie. It's all the usual faces. Come on out there if you're lurking people. No, there's not that many people lurking, but yeah, groundhogs. I did say groundhogs. I think it's an American thing. Would have to be, but yeah. So the rumour is basically that your reform put up a lot of fake candidates. Now, as you know, on this show, we try and keep things simple, and we try and look for the simple explanation first. So, explanation number one, why? Why would reform put out fake candidates? I can't think of a reason why they would do so. One, what would they do if the candidate won? Yeah? What would they do? Secondly, if they did that and got found out, that's a criminal offence. Somebody's going to jail. Them or the agent. So, you know, the person that put forward the name would go to jail. Thirdly, it would completely destroy any credibility of the party. So, Reform has nothing to gain by putting fake candidates up. Does it? And I mean, if you can correct me, then fine. But I can't see any reason for Reform to put out fake candidates. I can't see any reason for the Labour Party to put out fake candidates. I mean, what would have happened if the Labour Party had put some fake candidates out and a couple of them had won? What would you do then? So the whole premise is ridiculous. You know, you got to fill in the nomination forms. You've got to put up the deposit. I've never actually stood for Parliament, so I don't know if you need to have some kind of proof of ID or whatever. But just because someone doesn't have a social media following, or you know, you can't find them on the web, doesn't mean they don't exist. I mean, there's loads of people that you can't find on the web. So that whole thing's that's just ridiculous. It really is. Oh, so yeah. So I can't understand why Reform would do it. I can't understand why anyone else would do it. I certainly couldn't understand why the Tories would do it. So the only people that would seem to have anything to gain from it would be people that really, really don't like the Tories and want to take as many votes away from them as possible. And that isn't necessarily Reform, you know. Because as I said, if Reform put up a candidate, and let's face it, they came second in quite a few, you know, constituencies. What if they'd won? What if they'd won? And people are going on about, it's been proven. Just because you can't find somebody on social media doesn't prove it. And you know what? If you're making the claim that these are not real people, then you have to prove it, because that's an extraordinary claim. And it's up to the person making the claim to prove it. It's not up to Reform to prove they were real people. It's up to you to prove it. Yeah, people are all over Twitter claiming that this is all the usual suspects, claiming that it's they put up a stack of fake candidates. Even Adams down that rabbit hole. There's no trace of this person on social media. Yeah, okay. There's no trace of your wife on social media either, is there? So I mean, the whole thing's ridiculous. It really is. I don't find it particularly. I don't find the argument particularly convincing, and I've not yet seen any proof. Because just because someone doesn't have a social media presence doesn't mean they're not a real person. They do, Shalini. I think you're right. I think people just need a conspiracy for everything these days. It's like everything is a conspiracy, and everybody's very quick to judge. Even Useless, he's out tweeting about this Russian missile that targeted the children's hospital. Well, it would appear that it's been much like the Crimea thing. It's probably been a defensive missile shot down an incoming missile and it's fallen short. Which, if you're going to shoot down the enemy's missiles, they've got to land somewhere. I mean, if you want them to hit your military targets, don't shoot them down. If you want them to hit civilian targets, shoot them down. Because, with the best will in the world, you're not going to stop them hitting something. And once it's over a city and you're firing at it, it is coming down somewhere. So if they targeted the children's hospital, I think they'd have killed more than 2 people, don't you? Really. And oh boy, the videos, that is some Palestinian level propaganda going on there. It's just, it's pretty poor, pretty damn poor. They've got like a conga line passing a brick from one to another. Guy with a bright red stain on his white coat. Blood, and the sun is beating out the sky. Blood doesn't dry red. Just doesn't do it. I've seen enough blood in my time to know that it dries a very, very kind of rusty coloured shitty brown. Doesn't stay red for long. Yeah, don't put ideas in heads. Right, so see this chap beside me, this fine looking AIMP. This was the brainchild of Steve Endicott, an entrepreneur who lives in Rochdale but maintains a house in Brighton. So he's got a holiday home in Brighton, and he decided to put himself up as a candidate, and he was going to use AI Steve as his avatar to answer questions when he's because he wouldn't be there. So he's gonna put Steve up on a website in Brighton so the residents could ask AI Steve questions, and he wouldn't really need to do anything apart from go into the House of Commons and put in the occasional vote if he got elected. Thankfully, he didn't. It's just like, who dreams up these ideas? But we're back to, if you put up a false candidate, what would you do if you got elected? Because somebody's got to turn up to vote. Somebody's got to turn up to probably get yourself sworn in as an MP and all this. So what are you going to do? How are you going to fake it all? Because you get found out and you'll end up in the jail. And your party will be completely discredited, and you would never have a voice again. So it's not. Think about it, people. It's freaking nonsense. Nobody's got anything to gain. Least of all, the Reform Party. They knew they weren't going to win, but they've done really well, and they're targeting the next general election. And obviously, they'll have a lot more time, so they will be targeting it. But nobody has anything to gain from putting out fake candidates. I just think the whole thing's a complete nonsense. For people to start believing this, it's a bit early in the day for a conspiracy theory around the election. The election's been rigged. I mean, it's like UNN as well. You know, how can you not see the French election was rigged? Well, yeah, it's rigged in that the two parties that were losing decided to withdraw candidates from the seats where one of them was stronger, you know, so the other one would withdraw the candidate, therefore giving themselves a better chance of getting more votes than the far right party of Le Pen, and being able to form a coalition, which is exactly what happened. That's not rigged. That's tactics. That's what they call it, tactics. So, yeah, I find myself getting increasingly disillusioned with the people on Twitter. They're either completely off their rocker or they're all lefties. And why are there so many lefties on Twitter? Weren't they all supposed to leave when Elon Musk bought it? I don't understand this. The place is full of lefties. And people, stop bleating about people appearing on your timeline. You don't have a timeline. You know, nobody gives a shit. You get a stream of consciousness from people coming by. If you choose to read it, then read it. If you don't want to read it, don't. You have very little say in what the algorithm's going to throw at you, you know? So fucking suck it up. It's not your timeline. Fuck's sake. If you went in and ticked, I only want, you know, if you went in and ticked, I only want tweets from blah, 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 or those following, right? Then fair enough. But no, if you're taking tweets from people you don't know, then it's not your timeline. It's just a fucking diatribe of shite. Get used to it, because that's all you get on Twitter. In fact, I think the average intellect must be being reduced by going on Twitter. I think it's affecting me. I really, either that or it's age. Everybody's a bunch of knobs, Shalini. That's the problem. See, and don't get me wrong. See all these people on all these other social media platforms like Facebook and TikTok and Instagram and even Telegram and, you know, what's Trump's thing called? Who cares? Nobody cares. But they're all just echo chambers, you know. You just attract people that they want to hear your point of view. You want to hear their point of view. You might as well go and have a mutual session, you know. It's a circle jerk, isn't it? I mean, that's all it is, an intellectual circle jerk. If you want to actually find out stuff, you've got to be prepared to listen to people you don't like. And yeah, it's unfortunate, but there are loads of people out there that you don't like. So listen to them and then think, okay, I'm glad I don't follow that person, but you know, they make something that I can make fun of on LinkedIn. So, you know, it really is it's a bit ridiculous. But the conspiracy theories around politicians and stuff, it's like, oh my God, you know. I mean, yeah, Labour's going to make an arse of what they're doing here. They've started already, haven't they? They've started already. What have they done? They've stopped the ban on onshore wind. So does that mean more wind turbines or something? The whole thing's just ridiculous, you know. I mean, it's not cheap, it's not effective, it's not reliable. It's just and it's an eyesore. I can't see the point in it. Just build a nuclear power station, for God's sake. One nuclear power station. Do the job of all these wind farms. And you know what? That works even when the wind's not blowing. Because when the wind's not blowing and it's winter, you got to keep the blades turning or the things freeze up. Oh, Blair needs to go and I can't really say much about Blair, can I? Because anything I do say will be construed as wishing harm on someone, wouldn't it? But yeah, Blair, it's like Obama. You know, these people never go away. You know, they'll just hang about like a bad smell, and they keep getting in the way and putting forward their peculiarly bad and obnoxious line of politics to people that are supposed to be in power. And that's not even a proper term, is it? In power. You should actually, they should be in service, because they're supposed to be serving you and they're not. Because they're obviously not. They're serving themselves. And they're not representing the majority of the people in Britain, are they? Because they only got, what, 35% of the electorate vote? So, democracy's screwed. Proportional representation wouldn't fix that. You would still have the minority of the people making the majority of the decisions, because even with proportional representation, you end up with the SNP making an unholy alliance with the Green Party. In fact, that gives you the worst of both worlds. One, you've got a single issue party that doesn't have a clue how to do anything. And then you've got another single issue party, which is the Green Party, that's just hell bent on destroying all technology and any kind of progress that we would like to have in the modern world. So you end up with a ruling elite that just wants to grind everything down, and that's all they've done. That's what they've done for the last 13 years. So you can imagine why people just get fed up with the SNP. And while I'm on the point of the SNP, Hamza Yusuf did say that this would be a de facto election, and if the SNP won in Scotland, right, if the SNP won the general election, then it'd be a clear mandate to go and seek independence. Well, you didn't win. You lost 38 seats. You've now got 10 or 9 or whatever it is. So nobody wants independence. That's a clear sign that nobody wants independence. So independence is dead and buried. Go away, SNP. Just go away. And the Labour government have turned around and said, no, we won't be building any council houses, so that's not our job. Councils and public can do it together, but we're not building council houses. Yeah, there you go. The Communist Party doesn't want to provide housing for you. Well, and then people are getting on about, the left won in France. I mean, and remember, this is the far left and the communists, because the communists are part of that little enclave. That's it. So they're part of it. And remember, some people reckon Stalin killed as many as 60 million people of his own country. 60 million people of his own country. They weren't even at war. Right? So he makes the Austrian painter look like an amateur, doesn't he? And remember, Keith was a Trotskyist, a Trotskyist communist. I mean, I posted some stuff today that he'd written when he was younger, and yeah, he was pretty far left. He wasn't a centrist at all. Maybe he's mellowed in his old age, but I don't think so. I think they're all just, it just makes me kind of sick. I just can't stand them. But all this conspiracy nonsense around elections just is futile. It's futile. What you hoping that the election's found null and void and it needs to be rerun? Wouldn't make any difference, would it? Still get the same result. Labour would still win. They do reckon though that up to 400,000 people didn't get to vote because of the postal votes didn't get out in time or something. Up to 400,000 people didn't get to vote because of photo ID. And there were people coming out of the polling station when I was up there the other day that had been turned away because they didn't have photo ID. The thing is, they'll say that it was communicated, but is it really communicated to you? Because if you didn't watch if you don't watch TV and don't have a social media presence, oh, imagine that there might be people out there that do that. You wouldn't have a clue. You wouldn't have a clue that you needed photo ID. I mean, you don't need a polling card. You get a polling card through the thing, but you don't actually need that to go and vote. But you do need photo ID now. Oh, I still don't understand why we can't just. Why can't everyone be issued with a unique number? Or a unique code? I mean, you can get it on an Amazon gift card. How hard can it be? Send everyone an Amazon gift card and get them to vote that way. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think you're. Well, who's they? Who are they, Rob? That's the thing. Who are they, right? So who's dividing us? Who wants us to fight? So if you're saying that, they want us to fight, who's the people that are coming up with these ideas then? Because they seem to be the people that were part of the same group when we were, looking at. Well, I don't think we need to wear, face covering type conversations. So are they now against the population? I'm not quite sure, Oh, it's not the press that's coming up with it wasn't the press that's coming up with the reform thing. It wasn't them that started it. It started in the depths of Twitter and Telegram and all that, didn't it? Yeah. It's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. It's like, oh my God. I don't. Let me see if there's something else we can talk about, because I've kind of done that to death, and it's boring me now, to be fair. What else have we got? Let's have a look. How about this one? So apparently there was the man caught spiking his female date's drinks with Viagra, right? And this wasn't for any effect that the Viagra would have on them if they were a woman. This was to make sure they were a woman. Because he said, I wanted to make sure they didn't get boners. Because you never know these days. He's got a point. Oh, dear, oh dear. It's not good, is it? Oh. Right, what else we got? Oh, have you seen the new the plague vaccine that's out? So we're having trials of the plague vaccine. I didn't think the plague was really a big deal these days. I don't think many people got the plague. I thought, improved hygiene and sanitation kind of did away with the Black Death. And, because we'd had the plague well before we had vaccines, and we managed to survive it. So the first phase of the trial will see at least 40 healthy 18 to 35-year-olds receiving the jab developed by the UK scientists behind the AstraZeneca COVID vaccine. What could possibly go wrong then? Because that's a well-known and useful vaccine that's used all over the world. Oh, wait. Maybe it isn't. Well, anyway. Yeah, good luck to the guinea pigs indeed. Now, here's one to shoot yourself in the foot, Sophie Corcoran. I'm looking at you, because this is Femi level stupidity, what she's actually tweeted here. She says, imagine having 400 plus elected MPs and having to still appoint people to the Lords to make them ministers, as the calibre of your MPs is so bad. David Cameron? The stupidity is strong in that one. That red, the red hair dye must be going to her brain. That's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And speaking of Femi, he is the gift that does keep giving, isn't he? Because Femi comes out with, if all the votes had counted equally in 2019, we'd still be in the EU. Hold on a minute. Hold on. 2019 was what? What was 2019? Is he talking about a referendum? Because all the votes in referendum are counted equally. I think he meant 2016. I don't know when the referendum was. But anyway, they are counted equally in a referendum. Femi's an idiot. Oh, so somebody, the person operating the president's brain is missing's Twitter account said sometimes known as Joe Biden, but it's not Joe Biden that's tweeting this because it's too coherent. Let me say this as clearly as I can. I'm the sitting president of the United States. I'm the nominee of the Democratic Party. I'm staying in the race. Yeah, okay, we'll see. We'll see how long you keep going. See that? Do you remember Angela Rayner when she arrived in Downing Street to go and take up her offer of being the deputy PM and Minister for Housing? I think it was. Do you remember that suit she was wearing, the clown suit, the green clown suit? Do you know how much that cost? So I have it here, right? So the Virgin Wool Blend wide leg trousers are £225. And the Me and EM cotton blazer is 325 of your English pounds. That's quite a lot of money. That's 550 quid. 550 quid on something that looks that bad. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe that anyone would think about spending that kind of money. Well, there we go. It's been a short one tonight, I think. I think it's been a short one. Is there anything? What have we got in the tweets? Let's have a look. Oh, sorry, the chat. Let's see what we've got in here. Rob Bruce still recovering after a 0400 hour election night with the lads. What a night. Yeah, it was all right. It was all right, Rob. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about the plague. It's just wild. Flu COVID mixed together in last year's flu jab. Yep. Yeah. Well, they tend to do this kind of thing. They try and give you as much as they can in one go. What's all this? 8% of voters did not vote here. What? Well, right. So, how many people voted? So the turnout was only what, 51% or something? The turnout was really low. Was it 60%? Yeah, so let's say the turnout was 60%. Only 60% of the electorate voted. So off that 60%, 35% of them voted for Labour. It's not a high proportion, is it? So that's just over half of the 60%, which is a third. Yeah. That's usually how it goes. Most people get into power with between 33 and 35%, sometimes 40% on a good day. You know, not many people get more than 50% of the vote. Worse weather, rain today. Well, we had a lovely day today. It was very, very warm. I was just tweaking the doors I fitted the other day, and the sun was beating in. I had to give up because it was just too hot. I'll go back and finish them off tomorrow. But it was just absolutely beating in the doors and just too hot. So it's been lovely here today. I don't even know what the temperature is, but it was very warm and pleasant outside. But tomorrow apparently it's to be quite poor. I think it's to rain tomorrow. 15 degrees now. 15 degrees. That's 15 degrees for July in Scotland. That's about right. Yeah. It never gets that hot here. Yeah. Yeah, but we have had good weather. It was lovely. Lovely. Nigel had some great results. Nigel, well, he got 5 MPs, yeah, and lots of seconds. So yeah, well, tough. So Julie's saying the Gwent councillors are kicking off about the number of home educators. So well, you know, if you can't provide a good service, then why wouldn't one take it into your own hands? Because let's face it, what are schools but indoctrination zones, really? They're indoctrination camps to make people into good little slaves, and it seems to work, doesn't it? It really does seem to work. I mean, some of the things that people that come out of school are coming out with these days is just absolutely ridiculous. It's just and you think back and you think, was I ever that stupid? And if you're truthful, the answer is probably yes. Yes, you were pretty stupid, and your parents probably looked at you or your elders or whatever and would think, you know nothing, mate. You know nothing. You just go on, keep doing what you're doing and see how far it gets you. And eventually you do learn, and you start to take cognizance of the fact that maybe sometimes the elders know a little bit more than you give them credit for, and sometimes you should follow what they're saying. And yeah, so sometimes it comes to them, sometimes it doesn't. But I saw a video on Twitter today of a party celebration of Pride on one of the USS. It was like the USS Making Bacon or something. It was a kind of weird name for a ship. But anyway, it was a US Marine Corps ship, amphibious landing type thing. And I'm thinking, oh my God, the Russians must be pissing themselves laughing when when the West puts up stuff like that. It's just so weak and so ineffectual. And you see not the Japanese, but you see the Chinese and the Koreans and the Russians, when they put their military stuff out, it's all pure hardcore, they're not mucking about. There's none of this namby-pamby, I'm cutting up a cake and giving you a slice of cake that's coloured like a rainbow. And I've got a little badge on my little uniform, and I'm mincing about like a little, doesn't cut it. That's not what you want the military to be like. You want them to be fearsome, don't you? They really should be fearsome, because if you're not scared of them, why are your enemies going to be? Yeah? Rob, you hear Greenbelt housing? Yeah, but the Labour's not building any houses. So I think all they're doing is freeing up land for the private sector to build houses on. And then they'll probably tax them or whatever. More China Russian businesses come to UK? Probably not. Probably not. Ready for ID cards. Blasphemy laws. You can't have blasphemy laws. You just can't. Not in this country. If you have blasphemy laws in this country, that's it. Game's a bogey. They don't seem to be doing anything to stop people coming into the country on the southern borders. So while I would never say that anyone should take anything into their own hands, if you lived in the southern borders, what would you do? What would you do? Yeah, what could you do? Don't know. What could you do? There's some real retards in that. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. There's some really thick people in the American legal system. Not legal system, political system. Republican Pramila Jayapal, I think. There are more guns than people in this country. 120 guns for each person. It's time for gun reform, period. Yeah. think you didn't pass arithmetic in school, did you? I really think you didn't. Whoa. Sorry about that. Oh, excuse me, I'm quite tired. I had a very bad night last night. I didn't sleep well at all. I think we might call it a night. Who's replacing Sleepy Joe? Well, I think Newsom as well. I can't. There was that Twitter rumor about Scott Kelly, and that would have been a good one, you know, because Scott Kelly has got an inbuilt spare, hasn't he? Because he's got an identical twin brother, and they were both astronauts. And they are identical twin brothers. Just one's got a moustache. But you know, if you needed a stand-in president, you could just shave the tash off the one or put a tash on the other one. Harris is already running, so they're not going to run Harris the ticket. They can't. I mean, nobody likes Kamala Harris. The Democrats don't like Kamala Harris. The voters don't like Kamala Harris. Nobody likes Kamala Harris. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there anyone that's hated as much in this country as Kamala Harris is in hers? Oh. Right. Kennedy is. He isn't. He's soiled goods, isn't he? Really, Kennedy. I mean, he's not going to get anywhere. And much as he makes sense on a lot of occasions, he makes complete nonsense on others, which doesn't help. And then there's the whole voice thing. You just don't sound presidential, mate. I'm sorry. You know, nobody's going to vote for you because you don't sound like it. So it's a shame, but he's just too out there. I think he's just too out there. You know, if he toned down it's like Gareth Icke, actually, because people keep posting bits of Gareth Icke when he's talking about, you know, all they're trying to do is divide us. We are one, and they're trying to divide us as we fight each other. But we're not one. We never have been one, because there are people out there who are set against you, regardless of what any government or anything else tells them. They are set against you. And you will never be one with these people. And if you think you can be, then you are severely misguided. And that's all these wet and woolly liberals who are like, oh, come to our country, you lovely people. And then the next thing you know, some guy's in jail for having unlawful sex with a young girl, and 12 days later in Germany, he gets back out and does it again. Because he hasn't why has he only been in jail for 12 days? So he gets back out and then does it with a 13-year-old. Oh, well, okay, that's better. You know, she's a year older. Oh, you can't deal with people like that. You got to put them away. You really do. For a substantial amount of time. Anyway, right. What time is it? It's 21:40. Yeah, I think we've had enough. We'll do the old. We'll try the spinny wheel thing and see what happens. So we'll do the wheel of luck and see if we get something different. We'll clear the winner and we'll spin. What are we getting tonight? It's determined, isn't it? It's always ruthless for some obscure reason. And it is only a quarter of the pie. But yeah, we'll go with ruthless tonight. So if you like this these little impromptu evenings that we have together, then please feel free. What happened there? Why didn't it? It should have transferred. It didn't transfer. Oh, it did transfer. Right. So if you feel like it and you want to support us, then the free choice is like, share, subscribe, because you don't have to pay anything and it gets more eyes on the channel and you can put it out there and share it about, so as more people will hopefully come and watch us. If you are feeling flush, then by all means drop us a donation at coffee.com/chasing dissent, or paypal.me/chasing dissent, or join the channel from as little as 99 pence a day, and you get some benefits, one of which is you get to see all the shorts that have been what would you call it, scheduled, because there's an extra 2 went up today. So members get to see them before they play. They only play one a day, but members get to watch them all in one go if they want. And then you can always do super chats and super chats. I don't really have any funny clips tonight, Rob, because it's not really been a clip show as such. I haven't really got. I mean, some of the funniest things are that this is the hottest tune on record. 13th month of consecutive record-breaking temperatures. I mean, we are boiling. We are boiling. Hold on, it's only 15 degrees here. Anyway, yeah. So, nah, I don't really have much in the way of funny clips, mate. Don't have much in the way of funny clips at all. But I'll have some the next time, maybe. Well, I've been speaking to Ed about the rabbit hole, so we'll have a rabbit hole on. What's it called? Thursday with Ed. That'll be good. Ben has put some stuff up on the Real Review. He was out at the London Dungeon and the what do you call it, the London Eye, and a couple of other places. He was being a tourist in London. So you can go and have a look at that, and I will be putting some stuff up on We Love F1 as well. What about that race though? Still gobsmacked over it. It was brilliant, absolutely brilliant, the Formula One Grand Prix yesterday. And I mean, I don't like Hamilton, but you got to feel for him. He did a great job, and he sat in the car crying. I'm like, oh my God, he's sitting in the car crying because he could barely talk. You could hear him on the radio. He could barely talk. He was that emotional. It's quite funny. But yeah, he did a good job. And wee Lando did a good job. He wasn't happy though. He didn't like to lose. But then again, all these alpha males don't like to lose, do they? Especially Max. Max wasn't a happy bear after qualifying, but he looked a bit happier yesterday after coming second. Right. So as always, it's been great for you. Good evening and welcome one and all. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's Monday. I wasn't sure whether I was going to do a stream today or not because I'm quite tired. I've been working. Actually made some cash today by working. I put a set of doors in for the guy across the road, the mechanic guy. So that's that. Brit mate, good evening. Melted Mushroom, out, and Julie in the chat. Good to see you all. Yeah, so my little friend Ben, as you've no doubt seen, or if you're on Twitter, you'll have seen, my little friend Ben sent me a message this morning saying that it was all getting a bit too much. So I'm not sure what he's saying about the audio. Well, I think what he's saying is, he's been doing a lot. He has been doing a lot. He's been doing a lot with the Real Review as well, and he's been doing a lot of physical stuff. And I think it's just taking the toll on his small and infirm body. Well, it's not that small, let's be honest, but his infirm body. So he's taking some time just to recuperate and get back to scratch. But do not be disappointed, because he will still be here for a Friday Nights All In. So there you go. So I'm being nice. I'm always nice. I just call it as I see it, don't I? So yeah. So there we go. That was my fault if the audio was on, if the intro was on a echo. That was my fault, because I forgot to mute it. That would be me. That would be on me, because I'm here on my own and I don't have a producer yet. Anyway, apart from that, I wasn't quite sure what to talk about. But yeah, you'll still see Ben every Friday, definitely. And of course, you'll still see him on the Real Review, knocking shit out his body as he takes these high G turns on roller coasters, loving every minute of it and tearing himself slowly apart. But, you know, we'll be right behind you, Ben, sweeping up the excrement and cheering you on. Anyway, yeah, not to worry. It just means he'll be doing slightly less during the week. So that's really it. He's not on death's door or anything like that. So, and we still stay in touch. This isn't a, what would you call it? A dispute or an argument or anything. There's been none of that. Nothing going on behind the scenes, just in case you think that we have come to some sort of acrimonious disagreement. Well, we haven't. We quite frankly haven't. And we're both just working as hard as we can. And sometimes, and I mean, it's happened to me as well. If you remember, like last year, I had to take a week off as well, because it gets to you. This kind of stuff does get to you sometimes. And you know, you've got to kind of reset and recuperate, and it's difficult when you're broke, because you know we are broke. We don't have a lot of money, and we don't make a lot of money from this. You know, the advertising. No love or stiff militant, none at all. But the advertising revenue is still very low, because what we need is for you to like, share, and subscribe, and get eyes on the channel, so as we can build it up. And that applies to all our channels. You know, We Love F1, Jason Dissent, and of course Real Review. So, you know, if you like any of that stuff, have a look at it, like, share, and subscribe it, share it out more than anything, because that's where we'll get more people having a look at it, and hopefully get some more advertising revenue. Now, obviously, if you don't want to, there are a number of ways of avoiding advertising revenue on YouTube. One of them is to buy premium. Now, if you do that, we do get money if you're a premium user and watches, but we don't get a lot. The other ways to help out the channel are, of course, super thanks and super chats. Super thanks is after the fact, when you're watching it back, and super chats are when we're live right just now. And of course, you can always support us on Ko-fi. The little green button down there. If you click that, it will ask you if you want to put a message in. If you put a message in using sensible, good words, nothing naughty, because there is an extensive block list. It will read it out in a suitably AI voice that is definitely AI. Right. So that's where we are there now. Did I want to mention? Did I want to mention the whole thing that we were talking about last night about the AI alleged reform candidates and all that, and what a crazy thing it would be if they'd actually done it, because they would leave themselves wide open to complete disrepute, to criminal convictions, to even going to jail, perhaps. They would certainly make themselves no longer a credible party, and they'd all be, you know, I would say, flung out. But the byline things is still claiming like there's 80 people they can't find. Well, you're not trying very hard. I mean, the first guy you came up with has now come out, been on what's it called, one of the papers or something, and said, yeah, he wasn't feeling very well. He was treated for pneumonia or something like that. he was still talking to them in a croaky voice. And he says, as soon as I'm feeling a bit better, I'll send you a video. And yeah, so yeah, but people do that with photos, don't they, Britmate? They digitally retouch them, and of course they did it. They also did it to change the colour of the tie and things like that. I mean, actually, when you look back at some of our earlier stuff, we're not digitally retouched, but and when you look at some of Ben and I's earlier stuff, we're using webcams. And webcams are much friendlier on the face than these high def cine cameras and DSLRs. Pardon me. So yeah, I mean, in real life, I actually look better than this because this is just picking up all the flaws, and I'm a lot thinner because there's at least 15 cameras on. No. Oh, right. Where was I? Oh, right. No, he doesn't need more Red Bull, Britmate. He doesn't need more Red Bull. He needs to cut that crap out. That's probably why he's getting burnt out, because he's obviously pumping himself full of stimulants. So yeah. So I'm still not a fan of this whole fake candidate thing. I think it's a nonsense. But what about Marine Le Pen? You know, going to now being investigated for illegally funding her presidential campaign in 2022. Funny that, what, the day after the communists take control? Well, sorry, the far right and the communists take control. Yeah, she's going to be Trump, isn't she? See what I did there? See what I did there? Oh, right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the back rooms. That sounds a bit subliminal, doesn't it? Like liminal. Ed and I will need to have a look at liminal spaces, won't we? Have you heard of the back rooms? I mean, we're off topic here, but it's non-Euclidean geometry. Oh no, this is definitely a rabbit hole. We'll go down that. We'll go down that on a Thursday night. It probably won't be this Thursday though, because I've given Ed a task to go and research Walter Russell, I think. So we might be talking about free energy and stuff like that. Interesting. Or maybe not. If that's your cup of tea, come along on Friday night when Ed and I will be talking about nonsense that goes with rabbit holes. Now, why is this not filling the space? Is that better? That's strange. Strange indeed. I don't understand why it's not filling the space. Anyway, right, there we go. We'll leave it at that. I'm not going to muck around anymore. Let's have a look at this though, because right, so here we go. Here's the back room. Here's the people that are making up the advisors and the people behind the scenes that are working for Sir Keith Starmer. So these guys are working behind the scenes for him now. He's in at number 10, and this guy Morgan McSweeney, aka the Ginger Tosser. He's trying to look kind of mean there, isn't he? He looks like he would have difficulty punching his way out of a paper bag. Having said that, Starmer's director of campaigns is the most influential backroom operator in the party. A backroom operator, I'll bet he is. McSweeney, who is Irish and the founder of a group called Labour Together, is behind the team's plan to win power, from gaining control of the party machinery and list of candidates to making sure the centre has a tight grip on policy and message discipline. He helped run Starmer's leadership bid and served as chief of staff before moving to work more politically on the election. So this is Dominic Cummings, is it not? This is the Cummings to Boris. The Campbell as to Blair, you know. This is the guy behind the scenes, is it? And I tell you what, I'm going to play this guy. This is when the BBC used to make good comedy, and it's not that long ago. It's only what 10, just over 10 years ago. But the BBC used to make good comedy, and this guy would have ripped him a new one in like 2 seconds and flat. Beware, there are some strong language in this clip. I think he made himself quite quite plainly understood there, and in the most eloquent manner, indeed. I did quite like that. Sue Gray. Yes, Sue Gray. Now, so this is the one that reeks off a reward, doesn't it? I mean, a senior civil servant. Now, Keith Starmer's chief of staff. Why? Why? Sue Gray, the former senior civil servant, has been a household name since she wrote the official report into the Partygate scandal. Did she mention the other party that they had? But, of course, that was okay because they just drank beer. They didn't drink wine, did they? They just drank beer, him and Angela. Before that, she held senior Whitehall roles, including head of the proprietary and ethics unit. Wonder if they should be looking at her now. Her ethics don't seem very good. Ruling and advising on cases of misconduct. Her move to Labour was controversial. No shit, Sherlock. Civil servants are bound to maintain confidentiality in the job, but her new post as Chalmers Chief of Staff is primarily one of diplomacy, organisation and planning, so no biggie. She won't be giving any civil servant secrets to him. That is out of order in my book. Seniors, in fact, civil servants shouldn't be allowed to just jump into jobs with the politicians. They just shouldn't be. I mean, the civil service is meant to be above that, because they're effectively the people that run the country, you know. So this is not on. It's just not on. This reeks of backhanded reward mechanism, doesn't it? It really does. You know, oh, you've been a good girl. You wrote us a great report on Partygate, brought down Boris. And then that meant that it put in, you know, people that were seen as completely unelectable to be ultimately unelected. Yeah. Right, who we got next? What have we got? Keith just had a curry, did he? Keith's in the in the air just now, isn't he? On his 2-engine jet flying across the Atlantic. Going to a NATO summit in Washington, is it? Anyway, right, Deborah Mattinson, titled as Director of Strategy, Starmer's polling expert. So this is the woman that probably is going to produce all the polls now, so YouGov will be out the window. Joined after running a company called Britain Thinks, which specialised in focus groups. Oh, is this the Labour version of Nadeem Sawali? Yeah. Matheson is a senior figure in the leadership team and is focused on going after voters in the Red Wall. Well, we did see that. The Red Wall did come back to Labour. Everything came back to Labour, didn't it? Anyway, in particular, those termed hero voters, who they hope will switch from backing the Tories in 2019 to Labour in 2024. Well, yeah, but they switched from backing Labour in 2014 or whatever it was to then back the Tories in 2019. So maybe they're just floating voters, not hero voters. After the last election, she wrote a book called Beyond the Red Wall. Nothing to do with Game of Thrones or anything like that. Peter Hyman, unfortunate name, a former head teacher and education expert. He previously, well, hold on. Why is he an education expert? Is that just assumed because he was a head teacher? If so, that's a pretty erroneous assumption. He previously worked in Downing Street as a speechwriter and policy aide for Tony Blair. Now an advisor to Starmer, he has big ideas on education and was also influential in forming the leadership's 5 missions. His role roves across strategy and policy. Oh, super. Absolutely super. Oh, it was beer and the curry, that's right. That's right. I just had beer and a curry. It was just a working lunch, wasn't it? Or a working dinner. Matthew Doyle, Starmer's executive director of communications, was a special advisor in Blair's Downing Street. Oh my God! All the Blairites are coming back, aren't they? So you don't see this on well, you don't see this anywhere. Actually, I haven't seen this on Twitter or any of the stuff. This is actually the Guardian. Don't. I know, but don't shoot me. I'm only reading it. It's actually quite interesting. No, not the paper generally, but this article. So Matthew Doyle, Starmer's executive director of communications, was a special advisor in Blair's Downing Street and a political director of the former Prime Minister's office after leaving Number 10. Pardon me. He is charged with securing good coverage for the leader. He's going to have his work cut out then, isn't he? Navigating the party through attacks from the Tory media. What Tory media? What Tory media? Who's the Tory media these days? Really? Are there any Tory media? In the run-up to the election, ensuring equal treatment by broadcasters during the campaign. Yeah, if anything, Labour got more than their fair share, I would say. David Evans, Labour's General Secretary, has been a major figure in the transformation of the party since the Jeremy Corbyn. They have named he who must not be named. His job is to run the party HQ's machinery. Machinery as in people? Why do they use terms like machinery when they don't mean machinery? You know? Because if someone says, I'm going to run the machinery, you would expect to open the door and find them tinkering with a large machine. But no, it's nothing to do with machinery. Dealing with a backlog of anti-Semitism complaints. Oh, good grief. Other suspension or expulsion cases and tackling the party's financial situation. Yeah, good luck with that. Matthew Pound, the senior advisor to the party. Pound is close to McSweeney. I'll bet he is. And helped... They just write themselves, don't they? McSweeney and Pound. McSweeney pounds Starmer. Starmer pounds McSweeney. Anyway, and he helped to bring about the leadership role changes in 2021, seen it as key to helping Starmer secure control over Labour. Matthew Faulding, another important lieutenant close to McSweeney. Oh, McSweeney's got a grip going on. A noun with pound as one of the two Matts. Oh, God. Which Matt got to you? Was it Pound or Faulding? Faulding was instrumental in... You fucking cannot write comedy like this. Was instrumental in running the selection of candidates for Westminster. The result has been a list of Starmer allies rather than left-wingers standing for seats at the election. Does that mean they're communists? Does it? Because if they're not left-wingers, what the hell are they doing in the Labour Party? Oh, good grief. Yeah, I think you're right. It's Blair down in Obama militant. Right. Stuart Ingham, the Executive Director of Policy, is a long-standing Starmer ally and a low profile. And has a low profile. Oh, you mean like all the people that stood for reform that Byline Times can't find? He's former academic and policy researcher who's the sole member of Starmer's original office and still in the team. This is the guy that's got the dirt on Starmer. He's the original, he's the only member of the original team still there. He's got the goodies. They're in a safe, and they're also with his lawyer in an envelope that says, in the event of my untimely death, please send this to the media. This is the guy. This guy has it. This is the guy we need to target and talk to. Stuart Ingham. He's got the goodies. Somebody needs to get to him. Right, Ravinder Athwal, a former academic and Treasury official. Athwal is charged with drawing together the manifesto from the policy. Well, that sounds really boring. Luke Sullivan. Sullivan is Starmer's Director of Politics, which involves liaising with MPs. Does that mean talking to them? As a former advisor to the Chief Whip, he is well known and connected. So he talks to MPs on behalf of Sarkif. Wahid Ali, he looks like a comedian, doesn't he? The media executive and Labour donor has played a pivotal role in drumming up donations for the election campaign, with a return of former contributors and a swath of new ones. Indeed. What's happening in the chat? Yeah, Rainer probably will have a bash at it. Shalini is in Italy and won't be back here until Thursday. She's on a work trip, indeed. So she should be back for the rabbit hole, she tells me. The Red Conservatives, yeah, Dread Tory Light veto. Yeah, well, it probably is. Shalini has a good time. Yeah, we all hope she has a good time. Apparently it's just seeing the manufacturer of their ovens. Anyway, right, moving on. Paul Ovenden is a director of communications who focuses on attack and rebuttal. Okay. As well as helping to prepare the leader for Prime Minister's questions. God. This is going to be a disaster, isn't it? Steph Driver. Driver is Starmer's communications chief who travels with him and oversees his personal media. Yeah. Go and watch the thick of it. It's a brilliant series. And you see all these people. You can work out who they are if you think about it. Sophie Nazemi, Labour's head of media and a rare survivor from the Corbyn era. She's got dirt on him as well then. Or she gave him dirt on Corbyn, and this is the reward. She's in charge of the party's press office, a hugely important role in the run-up to an election. Well, yeah, obviously this article was written before the election, but even so, it's still valid. Jill Cuthbertson, Starmer's head of private office. What's a private office? Why has a public servant got a private office? Is a crucial gatekeeper who manages his movements and organises his time. She ran Ed Miliband's office when he was Labour leader. Oh, good God. Ed Miliband, is he the one? What one's Ed? Is that the one that's out in America? The kind of slightly better looking, brighter one that actually makes money? If that's the case, there's talk of him coming back to do stuff for Labour. Right, the key politicians. Shall we go through? Do you want to go through the key politicians? Yeah. The key politicians. Rachel Reeves as Shadow Chancellor. Reeves has formed a powerful double act with Starmer as they work to regain trust, especially on the economy. Well, how can you regain trust when you've only got, a third of the population voting for it? It's not even a third, is it? But a third of the electorate that voted. That doesn't sound good, does it? She has impressed and won over business leaders and is the linchpin of maintaining discipline on public spending. That doesn't sound like this is more like a Tory party policy, reining in anyone who wants to announce expensive, uncosted policies. Well, that'll be a diversion for the Labour Party. Angela Rayner, the ginger growler herself. She's proven a loyal deputy to Starmer after moments of tension earlier in their partnership. I don't want to even hazard a guess at what those moments of tension were. She is one of the few senior figures trusted by the unions. Why? And will be central to delivering changes to the workplace, as well as on a new policy brief of housing and levelling up. Now, I thought they were dropping the term levelling up. I thought they were saying that the levelling up thing's just a slogan. But I might be wrong. Right, go and put your head down, Ben. Enjoy. 17.5% of the UK. So would that be 17.5% of the UK electorate voted for Labour? Dreadeye, would it? Right, Pat McFadden, the Shadow Cabinet Office Minister. Right, is one of Starmer's most experienced team members. Well, I don't know if it's worth going through the politicians now, because we'd probably be better just going through the cabinet, and we can do that another time, because bloody hell, it's hard going talking about Labour. So there you go. So Labour's so Sir Keith's off. He's off on his jollies already. So when did he get voted in? Thursday. So that's what, 1, 2, 3, the 4th day, and he's out of the country. That's him away. He's away to America on a jolly for the big NATO conference. And Blinken has just turned around and said no to Zelensky. He said, no, you can't use ATACMS to fire on Russia. He said, no, can't do it. Which, in some respects, is good, because it's a moment of clarity and a moment of truth. Total population is not a good indicator, though, Dreadeye, because, there's a huge swath of the population can't vote. The ones that are under 18, the ones that are in prison, the ones that are homeless and don't have any means of getting on the electoral register, those that deliberately don't go on the electoral registry, and those that aren't allowed to vote because they're not actually domiciled here yet. So anyway, apart from that, as I was saying, what was I talking about? I was talking about Blinken. The Blinken has said, no, you can't use ATACMS, which I think is a good thing, because at some point it means that somebody has seen some kind of sense and said, no, don't fire on Russia with American weapons, because that could be seen as quite inflammatory and may take us into World War III. On the other hand, some could say, let him go ahead, because probably be the last thing he does. Because I think Russia has proven by now that it has the means of just going all in. And maybe that's what's needed to bring this to a swift conclusion. Maybe not. Maybe we don't want a swift conclusion, but I'd rather see less people die across the board. And if you keep dragging things out, more and more people are going to die, which is very, very unfortunate. On both sides. But yeah. And that building that was struck the other day that everybody keeps bleating on about, you have to remember that Stanford University wrote an article on it. All the patients were evacuated in 2022 and 2023 because Ukraine couldn't treat them anymore because of the problem with power outages and getting equipment to them and drugs and things. So they were all taken to countries that could actually treat them. So I think as a hospital, it was effectively on downtime. And if you're targeting a building and you only kill 2 people, that's pretty poor targeting, is it not? So I'm not quite sure what happened there. Given previous history of little Vlad, one has to consider Same kind of thing as when he lobbed a missile at Poland and then asked for a nuclear war. Just where did that come from? Why did he think that would be a good idea? This is like one of those. If you've been watching House of the Dragon, you've got the kind of infant king. He's another Godfrey. Really, he's an idiot. But that's what little Vlad's like. He's an idiot. He just keeps coming up with all this shit, and still nobody seems. He's like so shameless and brass necked. I mean, his wife's bought a 4.4 million euro Bugatti. 4.4 million euros. Where did she get the money for that? You. That's where she got the money from. That she got it from you. It could have been it could be anything militant. To be fair, I mean, look, and then they keep going on about war crimes, and that's fine. But when you look back at what Obama won a Peace Prize for droning weddings. This guy, it's like something, I think it was Ray, he on Twitter, he pointed out that 90% of the people that Obama hit with a drone were innocent people. I mean, where do you draw the line? I mean, you can't see, this is the problem. You can't say that Obama was targeting terrorists and their families, which was all quite fair, and then complain about other countries doing it. You just can't do that. So the whole thing's. But don't you find that people these days are more and more involved in cognitive dissonance? They really seem to just have their view and that's it. And if you disagree with their view or point out the flaws in their thinking, it's like, no, that's not the case, but I'm blocked. I'm not talking to you. I want my little echo chamber and I want to stay in it. And you can do that if you want to have an echo chamber. Have an echo chamber. You won't get one here. The problem is, it's like I can't say that one thing's right and one thing's not when I don't have the evidence. And it's like all these people making these incredible claims about 80 Reform candidates being AI. That's an extraordinary claim. And like the man said, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So you put up or you shut up. And of course, some clown, I don't know who he is, Johnny West or something. Some clown on Twitter says, I've proven 2, which has just been unproven, the 2 that he's proven. So he's proven 2. So now it's up to you, the Reform voters, to prove that they aren't. That's not how it works, mate. When you make an extraordinary claim, you have to put up the evidence to prove it. We don't have to prove anything. Or anyone sitting on the sidelines doesn't have to prove anything. You made the claim, you've got to prove it. And people don't seem to understand that on Twitter. If you make the extraordinary claim, you've got to prove it. It's not up to me to disprove you. I don't even need to work hard. I don't need to do anything because your claim doesn't stand until you've provided evidence and proof. And you've not done that. So jog on. Just jog on. When does England play football again? That's an oxymoron, isn't there? England play football. Okay, I meant to say, when does England's spreadsheet start again? Old Gareth will be there shuffling cells on the spreadsheet. Oh, it's tomorrow, is it? Tomorrow. Who are they up against, mate? Who are they up against? I hear France are up against Spain tonight, so I don't know who England's up against. But that was quite funny. And people keep saying, why is there a black team? Why is there an African team in the Euros? It's not. It's just composed of people from African descent. but they're French, really. They're French. Oh, Holland's a bit like that as well, aren't they? They're a bit like that. In fact, isn't England a bit like that as well? Why does Scotland do so badly at football? Because we don't have any black people. We saved all our stuff for inventions. Oh no, it was black people invented everything, didn't they? Well, no, they didn't. When's Black History Month? That must be coming up soon, or has it been? Oh, Spain are beating France at the moment. Well, that's good because I believe France are in the kind of league with England and being one of the most boring teams to watch possible. Ooh. Sorry, I'm not having a go at you. Yeah, yes, I am. Sorry, not sorry. So, Labour did this the last time, didn't they, in 1997, when they had this massive landslide, when the Blair got into power and New Labour and things can only get better and all that. And it was... it didn't take them that long before they got... well, how long was it before they got turfed out again? Well, it was probably about 10, 12 years, was it? Yeah, it probably was. Right, did I see Diane Abbott's pick? No, a pick of what? What did she do? What did she do? I'm going to play another little clip of the Scottish Dominic Cummings.
Another fucking adjective to add to fucking smug and glum, haven't we? Fucking retarded!
Another adjective to add to smug and glum. And that's meant by him talking to the minister that's sitting beside him. Yeah. I could believe that. I could believe that's how it goes. You know, because the Prime Minister will have his enforcer and he'll be untouchable. It's like the hand of the king, isn't it, really? He'll be completely untouchable. So, quite funny. No, so, come on, Milton, come back to me. What about this Diane Abbott's picture? What was it? Anything exciting? Was it an old picture or a young picture or something? Maybe I should look. Maybe I'll have a quick look and see if I can find Diane Abbott. I know she's now been referred to as the mother of the house because she's... well, there's pictures of Diane Abbott, but she doesn't look bright. Well, why does she wear a lampshade shaped wig? She's 70 years old. My maiden speech as mother of the house. Oh, good God. Well, I've never heard of this, mother of the house. What is this nonsense? No idea what it means. Right, what else has happened today? Anything exciting? Have we anything else that we want to talk about? How long have we been on? That's 39 minutes. That's 40 minutes. That's not too bad. Yeah, so the Lucy Letby trial that's still ongoing, and I find that there's a couple of theories about this. And one of them is that, and there's some quite senior professors and no, Yassi, no, get back in your box. That's a rabbit hole subject, not a. I'm not going to tell you again. I just will not tolerate abuse like this. So anyway, made me forget what I was. Lucy Letby. Yeah, so there's quite a few senior doctors that are kind of supporting her, I think. So it's very difficult because the evidence doesn't seem to necessarily stack up as you would expect it to. And one of the doctors, I think, you know, and when I say a senior doctor, I mean like a consultant, said something like, or a professor even, said something like, well, maybe the fact that she's always there is because she's attentive, doing her job, and being responsive to the patient's needs, which, and if we think back, we only have to think back a couple of years to see how some of the medical profession behaved when they should have been attentive and weren't. So, yeah, there might be something in that. And if you've ever been in hospital, you know that some nurses are really good and some nurses are just plain awful. And you wonder, why did you go into a caring profession when you obviously don't care about anyone, you know? But why would you? I mean, you obviously didn't join it for the money, so why stay? Me too, Yazzie. Me too. I was just teasing you, but yeah. So yeah. So and then apparently one of the plumbers has been talking about a sewage problem at the hospital, which would be quite bad if there was some kind of, you know, like E. coli, because newborn babies don't have terribly great immune systems, especially if they don't get breastfed, and especially if they were born through cesarean section, because, and this might sound a bit gross, but all that mucus that coats them as they come down the birth canal really boosts their immune system. Gets into their gut, gives them a head start on the biome and stuff like that they really don't have. So it really gets them going, because if you think about it, you know, when you're a proper human, i.e., you've been hanging around for a few months or weeks, and you're starting to develop a bacterial growth in your intestines that is actually going to provide vital nutrients, enzymes, and protection against diseases. So if you don't have that bacteria, you're struggling to start with, and babies that don't get the colostrum from the first breastfeed and all that, and didn't come through the birth canal, they're struggling. They're struggling to start with because they're on the back foot. So yeah, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I'm sure you have, Julie. Yeah. I am sure you have. Right. What else have we got? I don't really have any funnies tonight. I'm saving them up for Friday. Intro is, yeah, that's fine. Right, where was I? I'm quite tired tonight, so I think we'll call it. I think we'll call it at that, if that's okay with you people. Yep, I'm going to call it at that. It's been great as always for me, and I'd appreciate it if you could find the time to like, share, and subscribe. It would be fantastic. And as always, it's been great for you. But anyway, hello. It's nice to see you all. All two of you at the moment. But hey, that's more than I maybe expected given the circumstances of the football being on. But who wants to watch football? So, yeah, I was talking about the NATO conference here before I realised I was muted, but the NATO summit, and I mean, 4 or 5 days in, and he really wants to take us to war, doesn't he? He does. He's said that Ukraine can use British supplied weapons to strike within Russia, something that America hasn't allowed them to do. And really, he's really setting us up. He's setting us all up for targets. I mean, Putin's already threatened us with these massive torpedo. That didn't sound right at all. But you know, the tsunami buster, the one that would he'd just fire into the Atlantic, and it would create a massive tsunami that would just swamp us all, basically. Particularly me in the West Coast. I'm done. I'm done for. I'm a goner. So That would be a disaster. So anyway, hi Emma, hi Dreadeye. Uh, so yeah, this whole NATO summit just seems to be them stirring up trouble again. Although you've still got to give Blinken his due. He did say that they're not going to countenance Ukraine using American supplied weapons to strike within Russia, but they are going to send them F-16s. It's too little, too late. And the thing is, you see what Russia does. Ukraine does something, and then Russia just hits back harder and quicker. And it's not going to work out. And really, these people need to understand that it's not going to work out. And in order to stop people dying at scale, which is what's been happening, then we really need to sort this out. And the only way you sort these things out is either by one side taking the decisive victory or by negotiation. And even Zelensky is now saying that he would actually talk to the bald guy. By that, I assume he means Big Vlad. Although it's hard to call either of them big. So that's that. It's just it's all a bit disturbing, isn't it, when you see these clowns? I mean, look at that clown's hair. What's it like? He's just so wet. He doesn't inspire any confidence at all. I think Ben's right. I don't think he'll be Prime Minister in a year's time. Especially the way they're going on just now. I mean, what they're doing now, they're have you seen what the SNP have done? So the SNP, which still govern in Scotland effectively because of devolution. So the SNP have just cut the train service massively. Again. I mean, they nationalised the trains because of the poor service, and then they've done nothing but cut the service. It's a joke. It really is a joke. And the reason they've cut the service is because they don't have the drivers, because the drivers won't do overtime. And they won't do overtime because they want a pay rise, and they rejected the last pay rise. All four unions did. So now the government's in a dispute with the train driver unions. It's just the thing's a whole mess. Everything's a mess up here. It's just a freaking mess. And the SNP don't seem to understand it. When you go from 48 MPs to 9, that's a clear mandate that nobody's interested in independence and nobody's interested in the SNP. I mean, I understand their parliamentary office in London is going to be housed in a couple of telephone boxes on the corner now because well, they've only got 9 people. I mean, they've slipped from 3rd to 4th, haven't they? And I mean, Reform's overtaking the Greens because Reform's on 5 and the Greens are on 4. And that's doing well for the Greens. I think they've got a couple of new MPs, including Carla. Carla's actually an MP now. Yeah, so, oh, good grief. It's quite harrowing. What happened today, or what happened recently was, where is it? Here we are. So, BBC 5 Live racing commentator John Hunt's wife and 2 daughters, who were tied up and shot dead with a crossbow by an ex-boyfriend in their home as the manhunt continues for the killer. So, John Hunt, who is a racing commentator for Radio 5 Live, by the look of things, was working at Leicester, I think it was. He was out at Leicester, commentating on horse racing. And his wife, Carol, 61, and his daughters, Louise, 25, and Hannah, 28, were found fatally injured at their £800,000 detached home in Bushey, Hertfordshire, last night. I saw and I'm not being funny here, but I saw a picture of the house and I thought, holy shit, it's just a regular, it looks like a regular 3-bed detached or 4-bed detached. £800,000. Wow. course, I've been out the housing market for a wee while now. Police sources say the 3 women were tied up before being shot in a targeted attack that may have also included other weapons. Okay, that doesn't sound good. Huge manhunt is underway to find the suspect, Kyle Clifford, 26, who's an ex-boyfriend of John's daughter Louise. Hi, Julie. Good to see you. So, pretty bad stuff. And you just know it's coming, don't you? Because Yvette Cooper has just said that she's considering changes to the law that would clamp down on crossbows. There you go. Boom. So, and let's just put this in perspective. How many people get killed by crossbows every year? None. So we've had one this year, and you know, it's such a bad statistics that you hear about in the papers all the time. No, you don't, because people don't go around shooting people in this country unless you're criminals, and if you're criminals, you've got access to guns. I mean, the only people in the country that have access to guns are criminals. One of them's called the police, and the other one are criminals. But yeah, so the knee-jerk reaction is, oh, we have to legislate on crossbows. And it's like air rifles, you know. The odd person loses an eye to an air rifle and suddenly they're all legislated and you can't have one and all this. I mean, the whole thing's ridiculous. How many people nowadays have got an illegally held air rifle? Quite a few, I would suspect. Because if you've got one, would you bother going through all the hassle of registering it and possibly getting it taken off you or whatever? I don't know, would you? My my grandpa had a Luger in the attic. That wasn't registered. We found that when he died. Yeah, so he brought that back from the war. So yeah, people have all sorts of things lying about the house that you're not quite sure what they've got. So this guy, his picture's been published obviously because he is he's off the race that's allowed to have their picture published. So although he's got a very dodgy haircut, he's got a kind of fringe like that. It looks really bad. Anyway, so yeah, he's white, and the public have been warned not to approach him because he's considered dangerous. The guy's obviously a lunatic, and I mean, you see this happen. You see this happen quite a lot with young men that get their love thwarted. They have this kind of switch that they kind of go, well, if I can't have her, nobody can, you know, and they go all scripto and scorched earth and everything. So I bought a t-shirt today. I'm going to show you a picture of the t-shirt I bought today. So this t-shirt is what's called, and it's not out of focus, it's what's called an adversarial t-shirt. So it's anti-facial recognition. Now, I don't know if you remember, but there was a company and they produced basically this picture, which confuses AI cameras because they think it's a street scene. So they're looking for the people on the street scene, but because they're out of focus, they can't really pick up on them. So the camera's trying to identify the people in your t-shirt while completely ignoring your face. So effectively, it makes you invisible to AI. And I have been dieting, Emma. I have been dieting, so I am trying to lose weight. I'm doing it poorly, but I've lost about 10 to 15 pounds, something like that just now. I'd like to lose a bit more, obviously. But thank you for noticing. Right, so I bought this t-shirt, $17.49. I thought I'll give that a shot. I can go into Tesco and stand in front of their camera and see what happens. You know, it'll be quite interesting. Because you get to see yourself in the Tesco camera. I'll maybe do that. I'll go with the wife because I don't normally use the self-serve things, but she does. So that would be quite fun. And I can stroll about the town wearing this and see if the police come up and ask me what I'm doing. because maybe they'll go, that guy's got anti-facial recognition gear on. Our cameras can't pick him up. Go and see who he is. And of course, I wouldn't be telling them. I'm going, you have no reason to require my names. I have committed no offence. Therefore, you cannot ask me my details. And you cannot arrest me because I have done nothing wrong. So, yeah. That's the beauty, I suppose, of having a police background. I know most of the law. And certainly as far as it goes with the police. Or the criminal side of things. Now, I'm going to touch on this thing that Richard Vobes. Do you know this guy, Richard Vobes? This kind of affable old guy that you maybe just wouldn't quite trust. I don't know. I just get this kind of vibe off him. I mean, he's all very cheerful and happy and telling you stuff. But he gets his YouTube channel blocked quite regularly. So he's on his backup channel just now, and he came out about this thing called C'est toi, is it C'est toi qui? C'est toi, c'est tu, or c'est tu que, c'est tu que vis, which is a French term for those who live. And he says this is an act that's still in force, which it is technically, that gives you access to a trust fund that has been set up in your name when you were born by the government. And there's millions of pounds in it. And I'm thinking, well, this just doesn't sound right. So I started digging into it, just briefly, and he made a YouTube video saying that he'd written certain stuff on a bill, a water bill, sent it back to the water company, and they'd come back to him with, saying basically he'd said that he considered the bill to be valid and for them to use the invoice as repayment and settle the account, and signed it and all that, putting a form of words on it, which I'll find out and talk about it more probably with Ben tomorrow night, because he'll no doubt poo-poo it as well, because I don't think it's right. So what he did was he wrote this on his water bill and he sent it away, and he said he didn't hear anything for months and months and months, because what he'd done is he'd cancelled his direct debit because they'd had a data breach, and they sent him a bill for the whole amount. And he wrote this stuff on it, sent it back, didn't hear it, and then he got another bill through the other day for much less money than was on the original bill, but it only covers 1 or 2 months. So he says he's going to write the stuff on it and then send that back, and then he's going to start doing this with his electricity bill and his gas bill and stuff like that. But I don't think this is right, because if you look into the legalese around it, this trust fund isn't a trust fund. It was a way to recover an estate if you were a landlord and your tenant went abroad, in the 17th century, and you couldn't find them, because if your tenant was abroad, you couldn't recover the land because, your tenant might still be living. So there was a whole legal process. So that's when they brought in this, if you've been away for 7 years, you're considered legally dead. And that's basically what this applies to. And it applied to that. So as landlords and landowners could get access to the land that they owned. And if the tenant came back within those, or if he came back even after the 7 years, he was still entitled to get the land back. But he would have to pay, So there's no trust fund as such. It's the whole thing seems to be one of these, these sovereign people things where they think they can go and, drive without a license and the thing is, I've still to meet anyone that's actually done it, I think there was someone on here said they've been doing it. People have been doing this for years. Been doing what, Joy? Sending bills back and asking them to pay a trust fund that doesn't exist. Have they been doing that? And have they been getting away with it? I don't understand how they would get away with it. I can't understand how they would get away with it because there isn't a trust fund. And in fact, the government has even gone as far as to put a website, a web page up saying there isn't a trust fund. And because apparently the latest thing is for some unscrupulous insurance companies, or not insurance companies, but insurance vendors, are selling car insurance based on this, saying you can pay for it from your trust fund because that will back up your. And the government have put a web page up that that says this is a scam and you're paying for something that doesn't exist. So you're paying these companies to set your trust fund up when you don't have a trust fund. So the whole thing needs a bit of looking at. Yeah, I think you're right, Joey. I think it does need a bit of a deep dive. But it's like these it's like changing your electric meter for your own. I mean, there are laws actually to say you're not allowed to tamper with the electricity meter, the public utility. You're not allowed to tamper with the gas meter. So I don't understand how people can say you can swap them out. I just don't know. I mean, the thing is, why are we even paying? Why are we even paying for electricity? Because it was supposed to be free by now. I remember going to Epcot in the 80s and doing the survey. You filled in a survey, and one of the castle, or not the castle, and the big dome thing, you could fill in this survey all about nuclear power and how it was going to be brilliant, and how you wouldn't have to pay for your electricity in the future because it would be so cheap to make and so plentiful that it wouldn't be worth selling it to you. You just use it. Yeah, how'd that work out? Yeah. I still have a big problem with electricity though, because I can't understand how you can charge for something that isn't connected to the means of production. Slim, I think it's still costing less than I was paying for insurance. Yeah, but that's all very well, Slim, unless you have an accident and find out you don't have insurance, and then you've lost your car, you're hit with a massive bill for damages to the other vehicle and or people, that kind of thing. So you got to watch out on that basis. It's not really good to drive about without insurance. Can get you into all sorts of bother, and if you just listen to Vobes and then do these kind of things, you might end up in all sorts of bother, because most people don't have the time or the inclination to go and research these things. They just go, oh, that sounds good, free meal ticket basically, and fire it in, and next thing you know, they've got the bailiffs at the door. Not that we have bailiffs in Scotland, but you know what I mean. So yeah, I think all these things are too good to be true. I just think they're too good to be true. But yeah. So how's the football going? Is everybody watching it in the background? Are they winning, losing, or I think it's like two African teams playing, isn't it? Oh. Right, I've got loads of stuff for All In on Friday, so Ben and I'm going to have a good laugh there. Because I used to save everything up for All In, and I've saved up. I've got loads of funnies. Good funnies for All In. So I'm definitely going to that. So somebody on Twitter was saying that Keith Starmer had an affair with someone, and it's not something that we would think of straight away. So that would be quite interesting if it comes out, because it doesn't. I mean, having said that, right, I was going to say he doesn't look the type to have an affair, but look at John Major. Look at John Major. He's not the type of guy you would think would have an affair, especially with Edwina Curry. There's something. you always thought she was a bit. You could do that, Julie. I was thinking that myself actually, because people were going on about who it was, and they were always saying she, and I'm thinking, why would you naturally assume it was a woman, especially with Keith's involved? Right, what's Slim saying? You watch the Vibes legal thing. They're a bunch of non-paying parasites that claim everything that's going. Well, thank you, Slim. That's that puts them in their place. Quite right, mate. Quite right. So Emma says it's her birthday on Friday, and she's looking forward to seeing us. Well, good. I'm really looking forward to seeing you, Emma. I hope you have a lovely birthday. Well, I'll toast it with a glass of wine, I think, on Friday. I had some beer last week, and I really think beer doesn't do me any favours, so I'm going to lay off the beer. And beer's not a great thing to drink if you're trying to lose weight. And I am desperately trying to, well, not desperately, but I'm definitely trying to lose weight. I'd like to get back to my, I'd like to get back down to my where I feel good, which is around about £200. I've got a surprise picture for Ben on Friday as well. He'll like that. So, there's a woman in Dubai, Tori Towie, 28. Now, it looks like she was an Emirates air stewardess or sort of, I use the archaic term, forgive me, cabin crew. So she looks like she was a Emirates cabin crew, judging by the outfit she's wearing. And she's obviously married a Dubai local. And apparently she was really badly beaten and tried to leave Dubai and has been arrested and is likely to get the jail for trying to leave against her husband's wishes. And she tried to take her own life. And again, she's likely to get the jail for that. What's going on in the world? Well, we know what's going on in the world there because Dubai's an Islamic country and their laws are archaic and haven't evolved. You know, it's a very misogynistic society, and really whatever the man says is taken as gospel. And as long as he doesn't really mark her when he's beating her, it's just, you're allowed to do that in Dubai apparently. That's such as the way that the world works there, or the law works. So if you're ever thinking about getting a league with someone from one of these countries, you might want to reconsider. And I've see the amount of horror stories with kids being effectively kidnapped and taken out there and things like that, and you never see them again. That's that. Because, and when I say kids, I mean like the father takes them, and that's that. You never see them again. They've gone. Because they've taken them back to either Pakistan or Afghanistan or, you know, even Saudi Arabia, Dubai, all these kind of things. You just never see them again. That's that. You're not getting them back. Yeah. So pretty good. So that's pretty bad. So that's an Irish girl who has got in tow with the wrong people, and there you go. Yeah, they are, Slim. You're right. It's just it's like, bloody hell. You know, why is the world so screwed up? It just gets to you sometimes, doesn't it? You know, you get so much going on and so much consternation and so many people trying to beat a path to other people's doors, and it's like, you know, we for some reason we can't seem to live in peace. We can't seem to not, you know, we can't seem to live in in a diverse society that tolerates each other, because there are intolerances that you just can't take if you're brought up in certain ways. And, trying to force these things upon you, governments trying to force these things upon you, just doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. So I asked a question today of someone, because they were going on about, it's all a plan and going to war and all this, with Russia and things like that. And I'm thinking, and then there was another one about Bill Gates and how he's, trying to poison us with chemtrails. I see Yazzy's not here. She must be watching the football. But anyway, but the thing is, what's the end game? Why would these people be doing that? Because, people don't generally do things without motive. So what's the actual end game? What's the end game to massive immigration into Europe? Who's winning here? Who's winning? I mean, look at that girl that got sexually assaulted in Denmark, or I think it was Denmark. It was either Denmark or Germany. So she got sexually assaulted, and she sprayed the guy, or she got a sexual assault was attempted on her, and she sprayed the guy with mace, and got away, right? And now she's in trouble because that's a banned product in Denmark, and she used that to defend herself. So she's likely to get she will be prosecuted because they'll do that. The Scandinavians are all nuts when it comes to this. Oh no, you cannot do that. You cannot use mace. You should just have laid back and been, ravished. That's effectively what you're saying. So if you are a woman out there and you feel, shall we say, a bit exposed sometimes and wish you had access to something, maybe what you should do, right, and you didn't hear this from me, and this is purely hypothetical, but maybe what you should do is, that sore leg you've had for a while, maybe you should carry a small can of Ralgex with you, just to spray your sore leg occasionally. You know what I mean? Yeah, because apparently it's just as effective. Yeah, well, yeah. Yep, Julie, that's it. World War III starts in earnest on Monday. Well, where I am, mate, I've got no chance. I'm right next to. I mean, I can nearly see Faz Lane. All I've got to do is drive down the coast a little and look across. Faz Lane's there, So I don't think we would be here for much longer. Because what's that Faz Lane? Yeah. Britain's nuclear deterrent. Yeah. So yeah. I think the west coast of Scotland would be bye. Boom. And of course London would probably be gone as well. Oh yeah, prepare for hard times if you're still around, yeah. In some cases, would you want to be? I don't know. Would you want to be indeed? Yeah, I'm not a great fan of it either, Slam. I think it's too big an undertaking to take on. People underestimate the amount of weight that's involved in liquid, and you can't fly around with all that liquid, and not affect, flights. You wouldn't be able to run a full. Say you wanted to fly people from here to Italy, you wouldn't be able to run the plane full at all. I mean, it's crazy. King of the cockroaches. Oh. That's a strange name, isn't it? Cockroach. I wonder how it got that name. Because you wouldn't think they would have anything to do. I mean, I don't know. Do they have anything to do with male chickens? I've no idea. maybe chickens are quite dirty and disgusting, so maybe they encourage cockroaches in their nesting areas or whatever. I don't know. I'm just talking nonsense now. Am I not? Suella Braverman's putting a brave face on things, isn't she? She's still giving it Tonka. And she's getting a lot of pelters for it, but I quite like she's actually still saying a lot of sensible things. I don't understand why people... well, I do understand, because most of them that are giving her hassle are lefties, aren't they? Oh, so what else am I going to talk about? Oh, there's just so many people that are giving it, the conspiracy theory stuff. I don't understand why everybody needs to have a conspiracy theory to hang on to these days. It's like, aren't things bad enough just with incompetence? I mean, it's like, for instance, let's go back to the SNP and the railways, Do you think they took over the railways to run them down? No, they took over the railways because they thought we can give, and I genuinely believe this. They thought, well, we can give the public a better service if we take over the railways, because we'll run trains when the public need the trains rather than when it's most economical to do them, because we've put some public money into it. And I think they've genuinely thought they could do that. And then when they started doing it, they realised we can't afford this. We actually need to run trains when people are on them, so that people are paying tickets for them. We can't have like 3 people on a private train, effectively. So then they started cutting back services. And then you found that they cut back more services than the private trains were doing, because I think the private trains were contractually bound to provide trains at certain times. The government then realised, oh, well, they're not economically viable, so we'll just cut them off. And that's when things like my son suddenly couldn't get a train to work anymore at the weekend because he didn't leave early enough. Great if you're going shopping, but some people still work at the weekend, And then now that they're in a dispute with the train drivers, which, let's face it, we've been in a dispute with the train drivers forever, they can't run any more services, and they've cut 600 extra trains. 600 trains a week have been cut. That's crazy. That's not a service anymore, is it? It's like a privilege if you're allowed to get near a train. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The SNP, just everything the SNP touches turns to shite. And I don't think they do it deliberately. They just have no experience of anything, and they've got a single focus on independence. And if anything, you should turn around and go, well, nobody voted for us, so maybe they really don't consider independence to be that big a deal at the moment. You think? I mean, if you can't tell these people that they are shafted, by only getting 9 MPs, then what hope have you got? So, and it looks like Swinney, the party's turning on him now. So if he gets changed for another First Minister, that's going to be like 4 First Ministers without an election. That's untenable, surely. That's nearly as bad as the Tory party. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And here's another thing I'd like to say. I do not, and I firmly believe this, under the current system that we run as far as politics goes and politicians, I don't think an MP should be allowed to switch party once they're elected. Not without triggering an immediate by-election, because they weren't elected necessarily as their self. They were elected to represent the people that voted for them according to the manifesto and the doctrine that party adheres to. Now, if he changes party, then the people that elected him aren't getting what they voted for, are they? So I think any MP that changes parties, that should trigger an instant by-election. Instant by-election. Jim Sellers was on Twitter today. Somebody's put up a video of Jim Sellers talking about something, and I'm thinking, bloody hell, that takes me back. And literally, it's amazing because it does seem like yesterday I was snogging his daughter at the school disco. Because Sellers just lived down the road from me and there when I lived down there. But yeah, bloody hell. God, I've got a lucky escape there. Imagine if I'd got in tow with the Sellers. Well, yeah, they all are slim. I mean, that's the aims of government, isn't it? Control the population and feather their own nest. That's what they do. Have you seen the latest? The ones that have lost their seats now get counselling and how to make the transition into the real world and how to actually go and get a job and stuff like that. Oh, for God's sake, these guys know how to graft. They've been grafting for as long as they've had a seat in Parliament. And I tell you what, anyone that's been in Parliament for any length of time, right, anyone that's been a politician for any length of time, and this doesn't matter what party they're in, if they haven't made a substantial amount of money, they're not doing it right. Because the current system encourages that kind of carry on, doesn't it? Seat on the board here, seat on the board there, advice here, open the odd supermarket, all that shit. Yeah. Right. Thank you for coming along. It's been good. I've got some stuff off my chest, and I think I've hopefully made a cogent argument against some of the politicians out there. And take care. Yeah, it was a Danish girl. It was a Danish 17-year-old girl who used it wasn't even mace, it was pepper spray to fight off a potential or near a migrant asylum centre is told she will be prosecuted for carrying the weapon. Yeah, there you go. And I'll leave you with this thought. So I don't know who this is. Queen Natalie says on Twitter, is it just me that's in a foul mood after the UK elections and now the French elections? It's clear that globalists run the world and there's nothing we can do about it. I don't understand why you think it's clear that globalists run the world and there's nothing you can do about it. Because what do you want to do? Right? What do you want to do? Because if you want to have a smaller government, then you need to make sure that you have a smaller government, and there are ways and means of doing that. And some of those ways and means might not be very nice, but there's plenty you can do about it collectively. People have done it. Look at the Arab Spring. It does happen. Look, when the Dutch ate their prime minister, So these things are doable. They'll never be beyond your capability. And if you look at the fourth turning, which we've talked about before, we're probably coming to the point where you're going to get that kind of thing. And I don't think anyone's engineering it. I think what happens is society gets to the point where it starts to fragment, and that's where we are just now. We're starting to fragment. And it's just, if you're older, you've at least got the what would you say, satisfaction that you've had some pleasant years behind you. But you worry for your children, don't you? You do, because it's not going to be pleasant for the next generation. Pardon me. And the problem with these societal changes is it takes so long. It took Rome 500 years to fall. So it's a long, slow decline, and I think we're at the start of it. I think that's what's happening. So what you have to do is you have to remember, though, that during any decline, it's not just a constant down. There's ups and downs, and you just got to maximise your fun on the ups to take you through the downs. And isn't that an allegory for life? Is it not? Because we have ups and downs all the time. So maximise the ups, minimise the downs. There you go. Like, share, subscribe. drop us a donation if you've got the chance. It's been great for you.
Unburdened by what has been.
What can be, unburdened by what has been.
What can be, unburdened by what has been.
What can be, unburdened by what has been.
That can be
Oh my God.
unburdened by what has been. There are those who are unable to see what can be, but there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened.
What can be is that the Democrats pick a brand new presidential candidate, unburdened by what has been. And what that is the fact that Joe Biden has become a potato. Did you miss me? It's John and Ben. It's Friday night, and it's all in!
Woo!
Woo!
Welcome to my party, we're just getting started. A life is a dream or a nightmare scarring. Hand me a drink cause I think I'm going all in. Get me a shrink who can catch me when I'm falling. Cover up my scars, flip the handlebars. Crashing in my car, wake up in a bar. I'll be a superstar, just on my avatar. This world is so bizarre, empty out the reservoir. Yeah, I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get on safe. So I'm taking 6 shots all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get on safe. So I'm taking 6 shots all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? Sometimes you need to let loose, grab juice, get goose, tattoos, taboos, get screwed. Loosen up, buttercup, all those hate comments will never make you feel enough. We're all adequate graduates, hearts full of calluses, but we know calculus. Damn, ain't that fabulous? Can't wait to apply all those mathematicus. But we can't get a job that pays us enough. I'm about to pop up. Fuck you, you're lost. We all know that we never really want a boss. So I'ma do what I want to. Something I can't undo. Yeah, I'ma do what I want to. Something I can't undo. I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get home safe. So I'm taking 6 shots all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get home safe. So I'm taking 6 shots all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me?
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, 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 indeed. And before we even get into this show, I would just like to wish our Emma a wonderful, wonderful happy birthday to you. That's all you're getting, I'm afraid. But happy birthday, Emma. Oh, he's putting up his bloody facial, anti-facial...
That's my anti-facial recognition t-shirt, which, as you can see on camera, looks like a kind of market scene, a bit blurry. But in real life, it looks nothing like that. It just looks like a smudge. You can't discern anything that the camera seems to be picking up. I think this might work, by Jove.
Well, I couldn't tell you, John. I could not tell you whether or not this works and will confuse the facial recognition software. I mean, it would be prudent to test it, I should think.
I'm going to go to Tesco because they've got tills.
Oh.
If you do the self-checkout, which I never use, but they've got tills that read your details. So
But
I'm
you've
gonna
got to film this, haven't you?
Well, yeah. Well, they're filming me, so I think I'm perfectly entitled to film them.
I think you're absolutely correct, and it's a it's a publicly accessible private space, which means the rules to filming in public do apply. So you
There
can
you go.
film.
Yes, mad t-shirt, Julie. Mad t-shirt indeed, but we'll see if it works or not.
Mad t-shirt indeed, and boys and girls, as I promised, I will be here every Friday night for the foreseeable future to make sure that you are taken by the hand on this journey through the news of the week by, somebody who's a little bit mad and a little bit tired. And I've got the glasses on at the moment because my eyes look like they look dreadful, John. They just look dreadful. But I'll tell you what's also dreadful is that we've got double figures watching already and 2 likes.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Number 5, I think that was. Oh.
What do you mean number 5?
Oh, I was reading some today, the top 31 things that people hate on YouTube.
I don't care. Look, I don't care.
And you've done number 7 as well, I think.
Once again, I simply don't care.
You do number 7 all the time. That's just yelling.
Oh yeah, I really don't care.
It's lovely. Right. Anyway.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you. I appreciate that. It says I made him dizzy on the theme park rides. Yeah.
Maybe it was a ride that made him dizzy though.
Yeah, maybe indeed. But if you're not out there riding theme park rides, then really I can't help you, because that is what we should be doing. We should all just be out there riding things, finding that adrenaline fix.
Do you think so?
I do think so. I think we all need a little bit of adrenaline in our lives, John. We all need a little fix every now and again. I wouldn't say let's go and get it from something illegal. Let's go and get it from something that's fun. That you potentially could end up losing your life on, but they're pretty safe, I would say.
So what have you been up to, Ben? What have you been up to in the last week?
Well, I've not been well, John, so I've been pretty much on the couch.
Well, I'm not sure that that's true, Ben. I'm not sure that that's true, because I think people have been posting pictures of you again.
Oh, for God's sake. He's starting.
No, I mean, look, have you been to Ukraine again? And you've been down the woods. You've been down the woods again, pretending you're in Ukraine.
Hey, John.
Yes, Ben.
You do realise I can walk off this show at any point.
Well, you could hobble away, yeah. Yeah, of course you could.
I'm
but
just
you
saying.
do that. You do that all the time.
I'm just saying, John.
Anyway,
rein it
right.
in.
So let's start the show then. Let's start the show. So Baba Vanga, right? End of the world. Blind Bulgarian soothsayer allegedly says 2025 is start of humanity's downfall. Well, it's well seen she's blind, because let's face it, she's way behind.
Yeah, absolutely. The society's downfall began in, I would say, approximately 2012. Perhaps the Mayan calendar was actually correct.
It may have been, mate. It may have been. Maybe we were all wiped out in 2012, and this.
Oh no! I do have to interrupt you. I have to.
Don't do number 16.
I have to interrupt you
all the time.
I have to interrupt you here.
I don't mind.
Because we were not wiped out, but that was the beginning of societal downfall, when these regressive ideologies that we are seeing permeate every axis of society at the moment decided to rear their ugly heads. It was around about 2012. And that has been causing societal decay ever since. And I think maybe the Mayan calendar was correct.
I had a brilliant dream last night.
Did you now?
Yeah. I mean, do you want to hear about it, or shall I not bother?
Yeah, go on.
It was like so real. We were in this underground facility because the people above ground were, savages.
Yeah.
Zombies, almost like. But, I think there'd been some kind of devastating war. And we were in this underground facility, and we had all these classrooms and things set up to teach people, and really fancy lifts and nice, canteens and bed spaces and all that. But the every desk Do you remember the projectors? You know, the old, film, not film projector, but the
The
one
ones that you
with,
put the pieces of paper on.
yeah,
Yeah.
overhead projector. Every
Yeah.
desk had a overhead projector on it. I don't know what all that was about because I'm thinking,
I was
why
about
would every desk need an overhead projector?
Because I'm going to say that was pretty counterproductive. Because the second you turn them all on, it would just be a mishmash of shite on the wall.
Exactly. But it was pretty cool.
Fair enough, John. I do wonder if you have all your faculties about you.
It's a
these
dream, mate.
days.
It's a dream.
I know it's a dream, but I've been observing you quietly, and I'm wondering, is Corn Pop gonna come round the corner, Joe?
Well, I've been struggling. I've been struggling.
I can tell.
I've been struggling to throw carbs off because I keep getting asked to taste things. Like today's new thing. Well, 2 new things were made this week. So she made a hazelnut gluten-free, a Nutella chocolate hazelnut gluten-free muffin, right?
Right.
Which I haven't tasted. And she made 3 other things. She made a regular plain chocolate chip cookie, which is like super fantastic. I had that earlier. I tasted that. And she made this sticky toffee caramel muffin. And that's just amazing.
I'm going to teach you a mental exercise on how to resist these carbs, okay? Right?
This will be good coming from the guy who had 40 cans of Coke. Yeah, these mental exercises.
46 cans of Coke, and I've still got 17 left, I'll have you know.
Right, okay. I have lost a stone in weight, though. I have lost a stone in weight because I've stopped eating otherwise.
We need to do a bit of role play a minute. I need you to be Andy, and I'll be you, okay?
Oh, the cakes are on sale, Rob. Just email me if you want, and go to the website, lapiticherie.com. I'll send you a link.
I need you to be Andy, and I'll be me, okay?
Right, okay.
So I need you to say, John, come and try this cake.
John, come and try this and give me some feedback on it.
No!
Is that it?
That's it, John! That's it!
No get out my swamp or anything like that.
No, just no! No! And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you stave off the carbs.
Oh, right. Okay. So where was I? And remember, everything that's cooked is free-range eggs, grass-fed butter, olive oil, or what was the other oil? There was another oil she used at one point, but no seed oils. No seed oils. It was either olive oil or something else. Was it some other good oil? I can't. Oh, coconut oil. So it's either olive oil or coconut oil, because there's oil goes in the carrot cake to make it moist.
Yeah.
But anyway, and fresh whole cream. No,
Before we do
no,
get on,
no margarine. None of that crap.
Before we do get on with the show, right?
Yeah.
So our Natalie is down at the Wireless Festival at the moment, and she saw Sean Paul earlier, and she sent me a picture, and I took a screenshot and I zoomed it in because
I don't know who Sean Paul is.
Oh, he's just some R&B artist, okay?
Okay.
But I took a screenshot and I zoomed it in. This is on the big screen, right? So
Yeah.
this is one of Sean Paul's dancers, and I hoped you would help me understand this. Why is she wearing knee pads?
I don't know, but it's not attractive.
She's wearing knee pads.
Yeah, well, maybe she's a fluffer.
I don't get it. I do not get it.
Okay, well, I won't say what may be going on in the dressing room then. Right. Anyway, let's move on with the show, shall we? Let's get back to business. So we've had Baba Yaga, right? And we can, or Baba Vana, Baba Yaga.
Baba Yaga was a mythical woman with a house with chicken legs.
Yeah,
that's what Baba Yaga was.
Baba Vana. It's the same thing, isn't it? Really.
Spencer said it looked like Kamala Harris at a roller disco, the backing dancer.
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
But she was unburdened by what has been then.
So I was telling you this morning about the guy that was wandering across the Clifton Suspension Bridge with 2 suitcases.
Yes.
One which was apparently leaking a red liquid, and
Yes.
and then the police were called, and when the police arrived, the 2 suitcases were still there, but the gentleman had disappeared.
Yes.
And you found a photograph of the suspect, and you got a description, Ben, and I was quite surprised when
A
you
police
actually
description.
when you read me the police description, because there's the chap's photograph that they're looking for in connection with this.
Yes.
Because it is human remains on the suitcases.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Just spoiler alert.
Mm-hmm. And what did the police describe him as?
They described him as a black man with a beard.
There you go. Amazing. See how easy it is to actually tell the truth. It's quite refreshing, isn't it?
Yeah, they described him as a black man with a beard, and then they described some of his clothing, his height, his build.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, who took the picture? I'm unsure, Julie. That's just the picture that the police have released. So it's either come off a CCTV camera, or they know the guy's identity and they just haven't put that out yet.
It looks more like somebody's. That looks like a photograph of him taken from somebody's phone or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly looks strange. I mean, there's a lot strange going on at the moment. I don't know if you've got him in the list, but come Monday, it will be 4 weeks until Jay Slater has gone missing in Tenerife.
Mm-hmm.
LARPA TV detective Mark Williams Thomas is out there, and he's now decided he is the expert detective on the case. And
is this the guy that asked for the Scottish Mountain Rescue Squad?
I believe so, yeah. So,
yeah.
So he's out there, and he seems to think he knows what happened. He's said that Jay Slater stole a £12,000 Rolex. There's plenty to look into here.
Oh
now,
yeah, there's loads.
I've got 2 theories. Okay, I've got 2 theories, and I think one of these is going to bear fruit. The first one is that when he went to that Airbnb with those 2 men, one of whom spent a fair few years in prison for trying to flood Wales with illegal narcotics, I might add, he never came out.
Mm-hmm.
And the second theory is this is all a hoax, and they're doing it for the GoFundMe money.
Yeah, but they're not going to get the GoFundMe now, are they?
It's over £26,000 has already gone to his mum.
Yeah, but I think they've frozen it since, have they not?
They have not. She is now the proper beneficiary. She is getting the money.
That's just crazy. That's just why would people? I mean, for fuck's sake, it takes us like months, years, of cajoling to get a fiver out of people.
Yeah,
to get 99p a month, and these people can raise 26 grand in like the blink of an eye. How do they do it?
I think that they've passed the 30 grand now, and they've got a stretch goal of 50, I believe.
Ben, get in the woods.
Do you know, a more believable story would be to tell people that you've died.
That's lovely, thanks. And you're starting a GoFundMe to fund what?
Your funeral.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah.
He died of Alzheimer's.
Come on, kids, we're going to Disney World.
Just a picture of me in Disney holding an urn.
Yeah.
We got him. We got him. He's right.
Don't scatter my ashes at Disney. Anyway, I bet there's people trying to do that surreptitiously.
Oh, there's people that scatter ashes in the Haunted Mansion. Somebody a couple of weeks ago scattered the ashes on Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. Yeah, they do it all the time. Ashes are sprinkled, especially in the Haunted Mansion, all of the time.
Cool.
But
right, okay, so we've had this. Right, moving on. Keir Starmer, Sir Keir Starmer, PM and whatever he is.
Prime Minister Keith.
Yeah. So apparently the mod has clarified the position in that Ukraine is not allowed to use Storm Shadow missiles inside Russia.
Not allowed,
which is completely the opposite of what the PM said. So has he been smacked down already?
Yeah, I think so. But I did see some of the things that Labour have done since taking office, and they've only been in office for a week.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is they have pledged, for as long as it takes, £3 billion in weapons annually to Ukraine. £3 billion. When we're sitting in what is essentially a recession, they're saying, we're going to give this man £3 billion of your money. They didn't ask. It wasn't in their manifesto, obviously. A lot of the things that they're doing weren't in their manifesto because, like I said, they would start making sweeping changes to things that were not in their manifesto as soon as they took power.
Yeah, they have, haven't they?
Of course they have, and that's what they were always going to do, because this is the second coming of the Blair government. That's what this is. The second coming of Tony Blair. But people didn't want to listen to people like me who could see the writing on the wall. I saw through all of this. I called the election, even on the day of the election. My video that's on the channel, I'm saying low turnout. There's going to be a low turnout. Was there a low turnout, John?
Yes, there was a low turnout, 60%.
Yeah, yeah.
Previous turnout, I think, was 70, 72, something like that, 73.
There are now 6 MPs who have the Reform UK whip.
How did we get 6?
Well, he's not an actual Reform MP, but he's a Northern Irish MP who has taken the whip. So he will vote with Reform UK.
Okay. Okay, that sounds fantastic. Who cares? Anyway, so apparently Mr. Starmer's stirring the loins of certain, shall we say, left-leaning ladies.
Keir Starmer has turbocharged my arousal levels. I feel fruity.
My friend didn't say why she had to excuse herself from our group chat about the new cabinet, but we knew.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I don't think so. I think that was Caitlin Moran that did that. But apart from that, that's pretty sad.
I mean, it is pretty sad. Let's face it. He is.
I mean, that's the Times, mate. That's in the Times.
Do you remember in The Simpsons, the news reporter, Kent Brockman?
Yes, I remember Ken
Keir
Brockman.
Starmer is Ken Brockman. Isn't he?
Well, with less personality.
We're far less personality.
Yeah.
That would be like, pleasuring yourself to an ironing board. It'd just be like, I don't know.
It's like John Major. Somebody tweeted today, I'd rather have a boring president than the one that was a corrupt liar, right? And it's like, well, why even have one? Why even have either?
I don't know.
Why do we need them? We don't. Anyway, because look, let's face it, America's doing well without a president, aren't they?
You mean the potato?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I meant to.
That's what the compact says, loudly and clearly. And now I want to hand it over to the president of Ukraine, who has as much courage as he has determination.
President?
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin.
What? What? What did he say, Ben? What did he say?
I just love Zelensky's face.
You don't really see much of it.
I've seen a couple of zoom-in shots of him when it happened.
I tried, but I couldn't find a feed that was clear enough to let me zoom in.
But no, his face just.
Yeah.
He introduced Vladimir Zelensky as President Putin and then went on the same day to make another announcement. Have you got that?
He did indeed, Ben.
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president, but I think she was not qualified to be president.
So
let's start there.
So let's face it. He's either misgendered Trump because he called him she, right? Or he's misnamed Kamala. Which one is it, Joe? Because at this point in time, either could be true.
I saw a meme earlier on of Kamala and Zelensky shaking hands, and there's a speech bubble above Kamala that says "Hello, President Putin," and a speech bubble above Zelensky that says "Hello, Vice President Trump."
That's a good one.
That's a
And then the thing is, it's not even a meme because it's just accurate.
I mean, remember that they actually called this. I don't know if you got any clips, but what I'm about to tell you is absolutely true. So Joe Biden did an hour-long press conference last night.
Yeah,
and in the run-up to it, Jean-Pierre and all of those people and other people, do you know what they were calling it?
Oh, his rebuttal or something?
No,
like that?
no, they were calling it, and this is true, they're on TV saying this, his big boy press conference.
Oh my God.
His big boy press conference.
Was this part of the press conference?
I'm going to go to South Korea. We're going to get the chip. What are you doing? I'm going to get Japan and Korea.
Yes, that was part of it, yeah.
What's he on? Look at his eyes. He's
That-
like
that-
a robot. He's focused on something that no one can see.
He's focused on something no one can see
Oh.
because I guarantee you he's shot up with as many performance-enhancing drugs
There's probably
as
people.
possibly.
There's possibly people get anti-facial recognition T-shirts on in the audience.
And he's just gone beep, beep, bop, bop, cannot compute, cannot compute.
And
Britmate says he spotted a young child he can sniff.
He even seems to have given that up these days, though. You haven't seen it. Well, they probably don't let him near them anymore, to be fair.
That's very true, because I wouldn't let him near
No,
them.
I wouldn't let him. I wouldn't let him
Especially,
near anything.
have you seen the reports about the what is it, the Parkinson's doctor? I believe it was the New York Times that have reported. They have reports. They have visitor logs from the White House showing a very high-level Parkinson's specialist making 8 visits to the White House.
8.
So
yeah, that's not like I'm just coming back just to double check that I didn't get it wrong.
One of the visits was a 7-hour visit.
Bloody hell.
So
he's probably boffing Joe.
Well, they believe that Joe Biden might have Parkinson's. Okay.
I think it's how can you tell now? I mean, he's so old. It's probably no. I think it's senile dementia.
Well, I definitely think it's Alzheimer's. Having had family with Alzheimer's, I know what it looks like, and it looks like that. It looks like that, and it's a horrible thing to witness. And I just want to say, shame on Joe Biden, shame on Hunter Biden, because Hunter Biden is essentially his advisor now. He's in every meeting. Hunter Biden.
Christ.
He's in every meeting that Joe takes. It is dementia, and these people know it, and they are pushing him to do something which ultimately will get him killed. It is elder abuse. Shame on you, Jill Biden, and shame on you, Hunter Biden. Shame on you.
I agree. It is elder abuse. Right. And even with his no doubt, shall we say, assisted mental faculties that he's had, probably pharmaceutical, he's still having to read cards.
And we show the world that we stand with Ukraine now and in the future. So, Mr. President, thank you again for being here. We got a lot of work to do together, and I yield the floor to you.
Yeah. What's Zelensky? Was Zelensky writing the checks?
Well, no, Zelensky writing his own checks. I will
Probably.
just put 6 extra zeros on here.
Just sign this, Joe. You can call me what you like as long as you keep giving me cash.
If you'll sign this blank check, you call me Putin all you like. You can call me Vladimir, you can call me Vladimir, you can call me Putin.
Right, I'm going to play the next one, and it's not what you think it is, right?
Okay.
It's talking. He says talking, okay?
Yeah, I know.
But it does sound like what you think it is.
It does.
Guided this alliance through one of the most consequential periods in its history. I realize, I was talking to your wife, I personally asked you to extend your service. Forgive me.
Yeah.
And you put your...
So he clearly said, and this is one time I do have to defend the man. He's clearly said, I was talking to your wife and I personally asked her or told her that I was going to extend your service. It's kind of clear what he was saying, but many people have simply said that, oh my God, Joe Biden said I was fucking your wife.
Yeah, well, he didn't say that. But
no, he didn't.
It does sound a bit like it because he does tend to run all his words together.
Yeah, and you know, Rob Bruce asking in the chat there, is he wife swapping? I don't think he even recognizes his own wife half the time. So he might be wife swapping simply by mistake. Okay?
Is he wife swapping?
He might be.
Jill might be. Jill might be. I mean...
Oh, dearie me. She knows. And do you know what? This is why I say shame on her, because she wants to remain in the White House She wants to remain with the power in her family, and for her, it is about the Biden legacy and nothing more.
So Biden was last seen jumping in after this. I need me an ice cream. Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? Stop me and buy one.
Yep, you continue going. I'm changing the title of the show.
You're changing the title of what?
The show.
Why?
Because it's not getting algorithmically picked up.
Oh, okay, but that was the Google trend.
Yeah, I know.
The algorithm doesn't work anyway. It doesn't matter. But anyway, so Alistair Campbell actually doesn't have a clue what irony is, does he?
No.
I think that what happens then, if turnout just keeps going down, you take democracy for granted. John Major, who, as you know, I used to be very, very critical of when he was Prime Minister, he made a brilliant
Said he
speech.
shoved his shirt in his underpants. You had no evidence for that.
Just don't go there.
You had no evidence for that.
Don't go
So
there.
he's already pointed
Andrew,
out
if
that he
you want
lied.
to talk about underpants,
move on.
okay, right.
Move on.
So, but he made a brilliant speech called "In Democracy We Trust?" ? This was when Johnson was in charge, and he was warning that if you don't take care, democracy and democratic institutions can fade very, very quickly. And I worry about the extent of normalisation of lying in politics. I think is a real problem. I think media bias is a real problem. I think the extent to which, even in this campaign, you've seen an example of it where Sunak, from his professionalism.
Alistair fucking Campbell had the audacity to say that on television. What do you make of that, Ben? There's a man that has no concept of irony.
For the first time in a very long time,
you're speechless.
I'm fucking stumped.
Oh, there's one coming up later that's even better. I can wait till you get to Alex Salmond. It's not far away. So anyway, and I make no excuse about this, people, because this is what I do. I am putting the next one up merely to mock this guy's massive heed. Okay.
I grew up in quite a deprived rural area in the northeast.
Did you see the movie Mars Attacks?
It's not the fucking. That's a Mekon. Look. From
No!
Dan Day. It's a fucking Mekon.
He goes, He's Mars Attacks.
That's fucking right. It is. The guy didn't grow up in England. He grew up in Mars.
Did you see the movie Megamind?
Those years,
Yeah.
saw quite a lot
Look
of
at
things
his
declining
head.
around him,
It's
so
so
high schools in
big.
particular,
It's
and
so
schools.
big. It's got its own weather system. I swear you can see fucking clouds circulating that dome.
That's not hair.
No. That's
That's a
low
Category
cloud.
4 hurricane.
Yeah. He's got a storm brewing. There's a storm a brewing.
Oh, we shouldn't.
You got to feel for his poor mother.
Oh, that was a C-section, I imagine.
Did you imagine that stuck in your... Oh, I'm not going to say that. Anyway, carry on. That was quite fun.
Did you put the screenshots I sent you about Keir Starmer's prison reform into the show?
Oh, I haven't seen them, mate. Sorry. What was I doing? I was watching District 9, actually.
Okay,
so talk about that tomorrow night.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm gonna tell people now. So Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, once again, something that wasn't in the manifesto that they have enacted. They are doing it. Begins in September, people. So anybody in prison, unless they meet a certain criteria, will be released after serving 40% of their sentence, so that they can free up space in the prisons to put more of you wrong-uns in there. However,
Oh yes, so I saw this. I actually did read what you'd sent me, but I didn't clip it because I'd already built everything by then. But
I'm just gonna read it properly. So
Yeah,
because
please do.
I'm a bit somewhat confused. Okay, so Prison Officers Association Chair Mark Fairhurst told Sky News this could mean about 5,500 prisoners are released under the scheme in the first few months. The reduction in time served will not apply to those who committed serious violent offences with sentences of 4 years or more. Now, I'm a bit confused because does this apply to Alex Belfield or doesn't it?
Well, yes, because
Stalking offences.
Well, there you go. That was Alex's offence, wasn't it? Stalking.
Yeah, but it wasn't violent. It says serious violent offences, and this is my confusion.
Well, no, I don't think you need to be confused because it specifically says stalking, right? It doesn't say stalking with violence or whatever. It just says stalking. So if you've been a stalker, you're not getting out early.
Controlling or coercive behaviours in an intimate or family relationship.
Yeah, but
I mean,
help me out here. Help me out here, right? What's prison supposed to achieve?
Well, it's supposed to be a rehabilitation.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
It doesn't do that.
I know it doesn't do that. If anything, it teaches people how to reoffend without getting caught. But apart from that, it's supposed to be a rehabilitation. And then I suppose for the habitual or recidivist, it's meant to be a punishment. Yeah? Or just to get them out of society, to stop them bothering us, right? But that's not how prison seems to work these days on any level. One, it doesn't get the recidivists out of society, and two, it doesn't rehabilitate anyone. So what's the actual point? Now, have you seen the thing, the company that's coming up with how to reprogram you?
Oh dear, no.
And it looks like something out of like a Clockwork Orange or something. They've got like you wearing these goggles and you're getting this brainwashing programming that's going to reprogram you.
Oh, fantastic!
What are you doing with your camera in front of the camera?
Well, no,
your phone in front.
Because I want to read something else to you off of this because
Go
this
on,
is very oddly specific, and this is another exception. So this is another group of people that will not get the 40%. Non-fatal strangulation and suffocation.
Oh, that's just a sexual misadventure.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is very oddly specific.
Allegedly.
Very oddly specific, isn't
well,
it?
that's probably because there's a number of MPs go down that route. And celebrities.
Oh, no.
Now, let's not talk about Michael Hutchins.
Oh,
anyway,
my God.
He went there. Oh, the trains were off today.
What trains?
Well, the trains between Kilwinning and Paisley were off today, so my son couldn't get to work on the train.
Right.
Despite it being run, despite the railways being nationalised and how you English people are going on about, oh, Labour should nationalise the trains and make them run on time. Well, that's the fucking... that doesn't happen up here because they nationalised the trains and then all they've done ever since is cut services. Because Sean can't get a train to work on a Sunday now, right?
Right.
Because they don't start early enough.
Okay.
So the SNP is just a fucking joke. They really are a joke. And, they've now decided to cancel hundreds of services from... No, they haven't. They've cancelled 600 services. 600 services.
Ouch.
600. I mean, we're not a fucking big country.
I mean, you're barely a country.
Well, we're not really. Technically, technically, Scotland and England and Wales aren't countries. The country is Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But there you go, 600 services. There's your fucking nationalisation. That's what a single party government does with a single issue party does, because they don't have a fucking clue how to do anything. They really don't. They make me sick.
Speaking of people who don't have a fucking clue, Roger Hallam and 4 other members of Just Stop Oil they've been convicted of a conspiracy. I believe it's over the airports thing that they were planning to do.
Is that not a conspiracy of terrorism or something as well?
I'm not sure of the details right now. It's just conspiracy at the moment, and you don't have an actual sentence. They're going back to court next week to be sentenced, and the judge has promised them lengthy prison sentences.
Well,
So,
lengthy as in, if they haven't committed any violent crime, they'll probably get out very early.
yeah,
That kind of lengthy.
yes, but
Yeah.
Roger Hallam, okay, I want to make a case. I've wrote some notes down here because I think this needs saying, okay? Roger Hallam is the co-founder of Extinction Rebellion and one of the founders, if not the main founder, of Just Stop Oil. He runs Just Stop Oil alongside his deputy Indigo Rumbelow. That's a real name, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Indigo Rumbelow. And they've all been being scooped up over the last week or two, and they're being put in front of courts quite quickly because they publicly, like I'm going to use the word retard, okay?
Yeah.
Like a bunch of retards, they publicly announced that they were going to shut down airports in the summer.
Yes,
They
did.
made this public statement. It's like, we're going to go and shut down airports. What did you think was going to happen when you made that statement? Did you think that the government were just going to let you go and shut down airports? You stupid, stupid people.
That's domestic terrorism. It really is.
But I want to make
That's
a
not
case
protest.
here. No, it's not. But I want to make a case here for Roger Hallam not being sent to prison, right? But just stay with me here. Because Roger Hallam needs to be sent to a secure medical facility for his safety and the safety of others.
You mean like Carstairs?
Yeah, and I mean perhaps for the rest of his life. I've got some notes here. Says Hallam and 4 other Just Stop Oil LARPers have been convicted of conspiracy, with the judge promising lengthy prison sentences. Okay, things Roger has said publicly in the past include staging a mock trial on camera for climate journalist Dominic Lawson, in which he concluded he should be hung. Has threatened that Keir Starmer, the current Prime Minister...
just for the purposes of YouTube censorship, this are statements that have been made by a man who purports to be protesting against,
Yeah, I'm just simply reporting on the statements that he has made. He has threatened the current Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Keir Starmer, that he will be also gallowed for genocide. He has claimed publicly that when the climate collapses in our lifetime, and I quote, marauding mobs of bandits will poke out your eyes with hot pokers and R-word your wives and daughters on the kitchen table.
Yeah. Okay,
These are things. These are public statements this man has made, and this man leads Just Stop Oil. This man is the co-founder of Extinction Rebellion, and unfortunately, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of idiots who follow what this guy says, and I feel equally as sorry for them as I do. Equally as sorry as much as I find it hilarious that they're getting scooped up for the public statements that they are making.
Indeed.
So I say Roger is taking his actions with these things because he's taking his actions based upon things like the marauding mobs. He believes they're real and serious. In my view, he is a danger to himself and others, and anyone who follows him could be considered likewise dangerous. Roger Hallam needs serious mental health intervention in a secure facility, and I do not believe that the prison system will help him in any way, shape, or form. He needs to be in a unit.
Speaking of people that need to be in a unit, let's listen to the head of ALBA, formerly known as Alex Almond, who was a chief player in the SNP before Nippy ousted him.
I've got news. This is not 2014, this is 2024. We're 10 years on from the referendum, and the world has changed, and therefore the case for independence has to change with it. We've got to change both the policies to update it for the modern world, and we've got to change the strategy to get to independence.
Okay.
In terms of getting to independence, we're not going to get a referendum again because Westminster are bricking it. They think we'd vote for independence, therefore they're not going to give us one, therefore we have to look to elections.
Hold on a minute! Hold on a minute! Is that not the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard? We've just had an election and SNP lost 39 seats, right? 39 seats.
John.
Ben,
it's okay because, you know, this is what you are saying includes a bit of something called reality.
Oh my God.
What Alex Salmond is saying does not.
Yeah, we have to look to elections as the mandate. Well, Alex, I think the elections told us that you have no mandate. You freaking Fruit Loop.
Yeah, but I would even suggest, right, and I know I've spoken about it already. I spoke about it last week, but I would suggest that the mandate that the Labour Party have, considering the fact they've got so many seats, is actually razor thin.
Right, okay, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but as far as within the present system within which we operate, they have a mandate, right?
They
But
kind
the
of do.
SNP have nothing.
No,
the case for independence has fallen apart because Humza said it, Swinney said it, Nippy said it. If we win the election, that's a clear mandate to go for independence. Well, you didn't win anything in the election. You lost massively.
Absolutely.
Therefore, you know, there's no mandate there.
Absolutely correct. What do you have next for us, though?
Well, I have more. I think we're starting to get into the towards the funny stuff. Now, this will probably mean nothing to you, Ben, but you know, to some of the people out there, I would say Ford described this as a legend is back, and to them I say, no, it fucking isn't.
Prestige brand of BYD. They're not actually selling in
So
Europe
this
yet,
is
but it
the
is
new
a launch
Ford
that is important.
Capri.
Now this is important too. This is the Capri, the Ford Capri. So using the old Capri name,
No, it fucking isn't.
the legendary name of the Ford Capri, but it's making its debut in this new form. This is an SUV coupe, effectively.
No, it's a fucking piece of shit. That's what it is.
It actually does mean something to.
Oh, does it?
Because one of my mother's arsehole exes actually had a Ford Capri, like a real one. And I can tell you now.
I wondered where we were going there when you got to Mother's arsehole, but
that is not a Ford Capri.
No, that's not a Ford Capri, mate. And it's an abomination that it should carry the name of Capri.
Is it electric as well? Is it electric?
Oh,
come on.
Well, I mean, how can it not be? How can it not be? Yeah, I couldn't imagine Bodie. Imagine Bodie trying. Was it Doyle? No, it was Bodie. Imagine Bodie trying to jump over the bonnet of that. Anyway, right. Now we are into the stuff, and I'm going to introduce the first of two segments. One of them brought by me, and one of them brought by our friend Vaughn. And we're branching out. We've gone from bike wankers, which I'm going to show you. I'm just cycling along. Oh, the chain's looking lovely and clean. Oops, I never fucking saw the bus. oh, I feel quite a faint now. Oh, I'll drop the bike and I think I'll just lie down on the pavement here.
That must have been a dare. Surely that was a dare.
No, cyclists do this all the time. Seriously, they do. Because they don't look where they're going, right? No, and I'm not kidding. They put their head down and they go like that, right? And they only look up occasionally because they're cycling so hard that they put their head down, and they run into things all the time. They are complete and utter wankers.
Well, that was just moronic.
Yeah, but that happens all the time with bicycles.
So what do you mean brought to us by our friend Vaughn?
Well, Vaughn sent me this one, and I've had to mute it because it had music on it. But other than that, it's scooter wankers.
Oh, good God.
Electric scooter wankers. Oh, look, I've been wrapped. Oh, fuck. But he gets up as if it was nothing. I mean, he just got back. He's straight back on his feet. I bet he's going to feel that in the morning.
I'm going to feel that in the morning. Oh, that's insane.
Now, if that guy needs a new NHS doctor, maybe you could see this guy who was spotted in England. What the hell is going on here? What is going on? He's following us.
We got the way code. Hey, they live behind us, son.
What the hell?
That's got to be street theatre.
You think, do they do street theatre down there?
Well, I've actually got a video that I'm going to put out on the Real Review at some point of a bunch of guys that just randomly turned up and started doing limbo and spinning things on their heads and folding their bodies up. They were doing street theatre, and I just ran into it outside of the London Eye. And then they were going, okay, now we do this show for absolutely nothing. We got our big boss here. If you want us to keep doing it, you pay money. And then he started telling people how much they should pay.
How much?
20 quid.
No way. Maybe we should do that. Pay us 20 quid and we'll stop right now. No, I've got a better idea. Pay us 20 quid. Pay us 20 quid and we will stop right now.
and then he goes, if you do not have cash, we all have card machine. They all pulled a card machine out their pockets and put it in the air.
Card machine. Right, okay. Maybe we do that. If you want to pay by card, you can go to kofi.com/Dissent.
And for full transparency, at this particular moment in time, I get £0 from these shows. I am.
Yeah, but for full transparency, so do I, more or less.
So if you would like to support me, you can come over to the Real Review UK and support me over there for the time being, because whilst I'm not featuring full time on this show, I don't feel it's fair to take anything that could be made on it. It's just not right.
I think I need to point out that this is not a spat or a disagreement or anything like that.
I'm just not well.
Ben is just not well, and he has kindly said, look, you just hang on to anything that comes in from that channel, because as you know that have seen over the last few weeks, I've been putting a lot more time into it.
He has, and I've just not been able to. It's as simple as that. I've not been able to, and therefore I refuse to take any money from this channel, because, you know, I'm happy to give my time on a Friday night for free, no problems at all. And if you guys want to support my work at all, there will still be a lot of content over on the Real Review UK, so just come support us over there. Hit the like buttons over there, subscribe to that channel, you know, help us get the ad revenue in. Would appreciate it.
And I would like to restart the watch parties on, well, you could do it on Real Review if that was good for you, because
they would be members only though.
Yeah, the watch parties were great. They were great fun. Especially Rings of Power. It was so, and nobody told me. I mean, okay, yeah, everybody did tell me that the Acolyte was bad, but they never told me it was so funny.
John, the power of many.
It's
the
ridiculous.
Power of many.
Well, I haven't got to that yet, because I've only watched half of.
Oh, you're gonna love it.
I've only watched
love it.
half of episode 1, and I've been gutting myself with laughter. It's ridiculously funny.
So a watch party is where we all log into something like Amazon Prime together, and we share it to one another, and we all watch it together whilst we can talk and take the piss out of it. And
yeah, so you don't see it, but you see us.
Yeah, and we all watch it at the same time, and we have a laugh. So we've all got to press play at the same time on something. You won't see the actual content on screen with us because we can't for copyright reasons.
Yeah.
But we will be watching along, and we'll all be taking the piss. That's what a watch party.
Maybe we should do member watch parties. That's what we should do.
That is what I just said.
No, but member watch parties with members. Get the members into the watch party.
That is literally what I just said.
Oh, did you? Right, okay. Right.
Okay, Mr. Biden.
Well, yeah, no, but I thought the last time we did a watch party was just you, me, and Adam, right?
No, members only, I said. Members only.
Yes, but it was you, me, and Adam watching the thing, and the members could watch us, right?
Uh-huh.
What I'm saying is get the members involved in watching the stuff. I have a big watch party with, like...
I just thought that would be the case anyway.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I hadn't thought of that because obviously we didn't do that the last time. But anyway.
And because you're going senile.
Yeah, okay. So let's go to France. And now, right, your eyes are not affected here. I've blurred the video, right? Because I don't know what it is about French women, but they have this peculiar knack of really reinforcing male stereotypes, or not male stereotypes, male fantasies in effect, when they indulge in feminist protest, right?
They keep getting their titties out, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Right. So we now have a bunch of women who are dressed in like 50s skirts, high heels, and no tops, washing the floor, right? While singing about feminism, and it's like, yeah, knock yourself out, doll. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
He'll get there. Come on.
Allez voter dimanche. Sortez les ordures fascistes. Sortez les ordures fascistes. Sortez les ordures fascistes.
They're talking about fascists.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't care. It's tremendous, isn't it?
And they always do it in front of the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, and they're always gorgeous, right? Right? They're always gorgeous. If anyone wants to uncut video, you know where to go. Ko-fi.com/.
Fucking hell. Fucking
That was
hell.
a joke. Come on, it was a joke. You know it was a joke. It was a good joke as well. Right. I think Fresh are taking the piss. You know, I really do. Have you heard of Fresh, Ben?
Well, Fresh, I've heard of Hello Fresh. I've heard of Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, well, let's try Hello Fresh. Something like that. I think they're taking the piss because I don't think this is how a meal, you know, that you prepare yourself is meant to look, is it?
I mean, it's certainly fresh.
I just made that up. I thought it was funny. I saw the picture. Anyway, right. We've got some word from the Spear here.
Okay.
Oh, bloody hell. This guy's lost it.
Beyonce just texted. Really?
Shut up.
Just checking in.
Just checking in. Just casual.
I still can't believe.
Can't
believe she knows who I am.
She knows who you are because of him.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. She said she just wants me to feel safe and protected.
Safe from what?
She admires
Protected
and
from
respects
what?
my bravery and vulnerability, and she thinks I was selected to break generational curse.
Oh, fuck off.
She literally only knows who you are, Meghan Markle, because of the man you abused. I mean, married. Yeah, because of him. Because of the man you tore away from his family. I mean, married. Yeah, I mean him. Because of the man.
She was in Fringe. Because I'm watching Fringe and this bird pops up and I'm thinking, she looks familiar. Who is she? And it was her. It was Meghan Markle. What are you doing now, mate? Oh, he's going after a spider. He's going after a spider, so we'll move on. We'll move on to something. Right, now, this strange shaped ice cube appeared off Newfoundland. And
I think I've seen this.
Yeah, giant phallus shaped iceberg floating in Conception Bay surprises residents of Dildo, Canada. Well,
oh my god.
What do you mean?
Surprises residents of Dildo, Canada.
No, but you know Dildo is real. I looked it up. I wanted to make sure, but yes, Dildo Canada is in Newfoundland and part of Labrador Island.
Mon Dieu.
Indeed. We do nothing. Right, now.
Je suis désolé, mon ami. Je suis désolé.
Why are you sorry? Anyway, we maybe got this one a little bit out of sync because I think the optics in this are particularly bad. What I will say is I've cut the music because there's I've cut the audio because there's music in it. This is the mayor of New York taking out the trash, and apparently New York has just now discovered that they're going to use wheelie bins as opposed to bin bags, right? And he's showing people how to use them. Oh, open the bin, put the trash in it, close the bin. Hey, black man takes out trash, gets thanked by white woman. The optics here are not good.
I agree with you. The optics are not good.
Are they? I don't think he really thought that one through, did he?
And do they really believe that New Yorkers are so dumb that they don't know how to put a bag in a fucking wheelie bin?
Dumb as a box of rocks.
I'm sorry for swearing there, people, but come the fuck on.
Meanwhile, after Labour were elected, scenes at the cross-channel training facility were in full swing the next day. Now, I don't know where this is, but that's nothing.
I'm sorry, but that's one of the best jokes you've ever told.
Thanks. Thank you. I appreciate that, Ben. Thank you. I like it. I do like to catch him out occasionally. Oh, I'm glad I tickled Joe. Oh, I meant to. I forgot to clip that. The MMA fighter thing. The two guys were. This guy was in a headlock, and he started tickling his opponent's foot to try and get him to release.
Have you seen? I was going to say, have you seen this? Speaking of MMA fighters, have you seen this thing going around where people are saying, "Oh, look, here's Jordan Peterson crying because he found out his daughter went to visit Andrew Tate." Right?
Yeah. Well, the allegation is that they had carnal relations.
I doubt it because, in my opinion, Andrew Tate is a closet case. Let's move on.
I thought that too, and in fact, I've said that. I even said that in a tweet to him. So I hope I never meet him.
Yeah, I do.
He probably could
that.
Beat me.
I believe that man may have a Grindr account. Let's move on.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so moving on. Where are we now? We have what's this? Peace.
Do you think that would upset him?
Oh well, this would upset him, wouldn't it? Yeah, I guess a good one. Guy holds up sign meanwhile young colleague is being strangled in the background.
So is Islam, okay, Islam is an ideology, it's a faith, it's a religion, it's a series of texts which tell people how they should live their lives. And roughly translated, or in fact properly translated, the word Islam does not mean peace. It means submit or submission.
Yeah.
And that is, I would argue, is the opposite of peace. To submit means to give up one's agency, to give yourself to the control of another. It's not peace.
No, it's not. I've only one thing left.
But then again, let me just add some balance. Let me add some balance, because I think all religions are control systems designed only to control people, and therefore are probably not real.
Well, I think to be fair, when you actually dive into religion and start looking at it, and then go back beyond the start of Christianity and beyond the Egyptians and into the Sumerians, the story's always the same story. It just gets moved on, you know.
And I feel I need to clarify for people that may believe in Christianity or Judaism or Sikhs or anybody. I'm not saying that I don't like people. Okay, people are free to believe whatever they like. I just don't agree with what they believe in, or what you might believe in if you believe in a deity or something like that. I simply take a look at these texts, at these ideologies, and see ways and means to scare people into being controlled. That's what I see. The fear of God, the fear of hell, eternal damnation, things like that. Unless you do this, that, and the other. They're systems of control, in my opinion, in my view, and until somebody shows me otherwise or shows me proof that these deities exist, that is going to be my view.
Indeed, indeed. And I'd like to ask the troll room, where we have 17 viewers, and we've had on average 12 viewers all week. Why have we got more viewers tonight? I'll let you off with Wednesday. I'll let you off with Wednesday because the football was on, right? So I'll let you off. But where have you been for the rest of the week? And where were you last night? Ed and I didn't have. It was a tough subject last night, mind you. We didn't have a lot of viewers last night. Right. It's Friday. Oh, okay, Web Squirrel. Okay. You don't watch TV on the weekend during the week. Chris asks, have I been watching Goodwood Festival of Speed? Oh, I haven't really, Chris, to be fair. I did see Fernando Alonso driving up the hill in that Aston Martin. That was quite smart. And I saw that Silver Spirit electric Rolls Royce, which actually, if you're going to make an electric car, make it a Rolls Royce, because they're meant to be kind of like super smooth and silent. So yeah, but is a car really a car if it's electric? And yet, you know, if you go back in time, this is probably before your time, Ben. If you go back to like UFO, do you remember UFO? Ed Straker, you know, UFO was there was a shadow defense force that worked underneath the radar, defending the planet from an incoming alien invasion that nobody basically knew about. So they shot down the UFOs and covered it up.
Are you okay, John?
Yeah, I'm fine. And
are you sure?
Yeah, no, I mean people here all have heard of UFO, and UFO was pretty cool because it had some sexy outfits in it. The girls wore string vests on occasion. But apart from that, they had the electric cars, and I used to watch this and think that would be really cool to have an electric car.
Yeah, fucking not.
Well, actually, I'm going to have a confession here. I've had an electric car.
I know that. We know that. You've told us many times. You sent it back very quickly.
No, I didn't send it back very quickly. I sent it back because I couldn't pay for it anymore because of the government's disproportionate restrictions to a seasonal respiratory virus. But apart from that, the electric car was great fun. The only problem was the range was shite. It really was.
Absolutely. Absolutely, the range was shite. And there are not enough superchargers within these British Isles to justify having one.
Yeah, and there's no infrastructure to support.
And if you live in a
cars.
flat, you are fucked. You are absolutely fucked.
There isn't the infrastructure to support electric cars. And what's his name? Shere Khan, you know, the tiger down in London. He's going to How'd you like that? He's going to start charging the congestion charge on electric cars come 2025. Do you know that? So even you got an electric car, you're going to have to pay. And
if he does that, then
it's not about climate.
It's not about climate. It's about taxing you. It's about stealing your money.
Of course it is.
Stealing your money.
Yes, it is, mate. That's exactly what it's about.
Because taxation, especially this type of taxation, which is completely unjustified,
is theft.
It's theft.
It's theft.
Theft.
Yeah, and they're getting road taxed as well. Yeah.
Right, do you have anything else for us, John?
I've got one thing left, mate. One thing left.
So then we'll do that one thing, and then we will tell them how great it's been for them.
Yeah, we will. Okay, here we go. And, yeah, here we go. Don't go through the fucking railroad tape then.
Don't go that way.
Don't go that way.
Well, that certainly wasn't great for him.
He's wearing cement shoes, literally. Do you want to see that again? No?
If you like.
Yeah, why not? Oh, I've stood in wet cement because I went through the thing that said wet cement. Oh, get that off. I'll go this way instead. Oh, I'll just duck under this yellow tape. No, yeah. What? a plugger. What a plugger. Yeah.
Well, if you've enjoyed the show, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please leave a thumbs up. We'd love to see you hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Please come across to The Real Review UK, where you will find me the other 6 days of the week. And personally speaking, I will be back here with you next Friday night for All In, same time, 9 PM. Make sure you all turn up to see me.
Okay, we'll do that, won't we? Won't we, people? Of course we will. We'll turn up to see Ben. Other than that, catch me more or less every night. Tomorrow night will be Saturday night of the movies, and we'll go through the movies I've watched this week or TV programs. Sunday night, I've got a treat for you. I'm going to tell you how to be happy. I think I've got that in planning. So how to be happy on Sunday night, and then I'll just dip into things as the week goes on. So we'll see how that goes. Thursday, Ed and I are going to Alaska on Thursday.
Oh, what, you getting on a plane, are you?
Yeah, we're going to Alaska. We're going to dive into the rumors and the mystique around Alaska. Do you know it's double the amount of disappearances than the rest of the continental USA?
You know what? I'm not shocked.
No, I know.
I'm not. I imagine it's quite easy to go missing in Alaska. Big, wide open spaces, absolutely nobody about, and lots of wildlife.
And there's also this thing that's apparently a cross between an orca and a wolf.
Perhaps Jay Slater went to Alaska.
Who knows? But other than that, we'll be around. So keep watching us. Go to Real Review. Go to The Real Review on YouTube.
The Real Review UK,
and go to We Love F1. If you like F1, go there.
Yeah.
And apart from that, as always, it's been great for you.
Welcome to my party, we're just getting started. A life is a dream or a nightmare scarring. Hand me a drink cause I think I'm going all in. Get me a shrink who can catch me when I'm falling. Cover up my scars, flip the handlebars. Crashing in my car, wake up in a bar. I'll be a superstar, just on my avatar. This world is so bizarre, empty out the reservoir. Yeah,
I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get on safe. So I'm taking 6 shots, all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me?
I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get on safe. So I'm taking 6 shots, all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? Sometimes you need to let loose, grab juice, get goose, tattoos, taboos, get screwed. Loosen up, buttercup, all those hate comments will never make you feel enough. We're all adequate graduates, hearts full of calluses, but we know calculus. Damn, ain't that fabulous? Can't wait to apply all those mathematicus. But we can't get a job that pays us enough. I'm about to pop up. Fuck you, you're lost. We all know that we never really want a boss. So I'ma do what I want to. Something I can't undo. Yeah, I'ma do what I want to. Something I can't undo.
I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get on safe.
So I'm taking 6 shots, all straight to the face. I'm taking 6 shots, are you coming with me? I'm taking 6 shots, yeah, straight to the face. And I wanna get lost, I'm sick of this place. Don't know how to stop when I'm feeling this way. So I'm taking 6 shots till I'm feeling okay. I think I'm going crazy, don't think I'll get on safe. So I'm taking 6 shots, all straight to the face.